Thank you. Welcome to Tuesday, August 5th, 2025 meeting. Please silence your cell phones and other electronic communication devices. Agendas and speaker request forms are located at the back of the chambers if somebody wants to speak. We have a few speaker request forms today, so but we'll have a roll call. We're all here, so that's cool. I'm going to lead us in a moment of silence and then the Pledge of Allegiance. So if we could all stand for a moment of silence and people can reflect. Pledge. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. First thing is review and approve the agenda. So
move. Second.
have a motion by
Second. By me, second by Drews.
Motion by Durr and second by Drews for approval. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. The consent calendar, the Board of Commissioners uses consent to act on non-controversial and routine items. The consent is attached by the one motion and voted for on the board. This items may be removed from the consent agenda, placed on the regular agenda in the request of board member or a citizen. The consent agenda contains the following items, and I know, is there anybody in the audience that wants to remove one of the consent items? Seeing none, I do know that we want to talk about item E, is that correct?
Correct.
So we want to remove item E from our consent calendar, so when we make a motion, we will have item E handled individually, so.
Motion to approve consent calendar except item E.
Second.
I have a motion from Hadcock, second by Ross Connect, to the motion on the consent calendar other than item E, which will be handled separately. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Hearing, opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. And we'll move on to item number E, or letter E, acknowledge personnel changes, HR memo, personal actions report. Okay. So we'll go to Commissioner Durr for item E.
So yeah, just my comment on this one, on this personnel action sheet, it's indicating the two overhires in the treasurer's office. I voted no on those overhires. So the reason I'm going to vote no on this is because I didn't support the initial action. It's nothing to do with the employees. It's just a process that I do not believe in some of these positions that we should be in a position of overhiring. It should only be for critical functioning positions that maybe when you have somebody leave in a a highly skilled position and it requires a transition period, would I support an overhire? So therefore, I'm going to vote no on this.
Thank you, Commissioner Durr. Any other comments? We'll get a motion on this item.
Move to approve. Item E. Second.
I have a motion from Ross Connect, second by Drews to approve. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign.
Aye.
Motion carries 4 with 1 no. So we'll move on to item number 7. Items from the public. Speaker request form is required. Action will not be taken during this section on any issues brought forth that are not properly noticed. Speakers in this section will be recorded in the minutes by name and area of interest. And I had a young lady stop by the office and asked me if I would read her public comment, but she was unable to attend and she wasn't comfortable with the Zoom. So I am going to read the first public comment, and it's from Leslie Heldis, 24-294 Metz Road, and I believe it's Hill City, if I'm not mistaken. In regards to the jail expansion project, I am opposed to this project and would like commissioners to consider A, an alternative site location that would not be obsolete so quickly. B, if we need, in quotation, this facility, or if the county could attract private mental health substance abuse facilities to treat people in need versus jailing them. I think we spend too much on public safety. I'm an enforcement in this county. I pay close to $4,000 a year in property taxes, and I'd venture to say not one person sitting in the county jail currently is from Keystone or arrested in Keystone. So please refer this to a public vote or consider the above suggestions and oppose this project. Thank you. So that was her letter. I promised her I'd read it into the agenda. So we do have other public comment here, and if I seen a couple people walk in, or you guys want to speak at public comment? Or you just, okay, perfect, okay. So we will first go to, I think, Dale Boos, okay. And Dale, if you come to the front and tell us, give us your name and where you live, that'll be fine.
All right. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, and we just need the city, we don't need any address.
Yeah. Dale Boos, Rapid City, South Dakota. The last time I was here, is that a good enough?
Yeah, we can hear you fine, that's good, Dale.
The last time I was here, I pointed out Pennington County spending 3 to 4 times more on our election and continues to do so. I find that interesting. The EAC, which is the Election Assistant Commission, has approved systems that must be used in our election and that can be found on the EAC website. Per South Dakota law, only certified equipment should be used in our election, and that can be found on the EAC website. Per South Dakota law, again, certified equipment can be used in the counties statewide. ES&S sent an uncertified Dell laptop, which Pennington County purchased and has been using since 2020. That's also interesting. So if you're using uncertified equipment, how can you legally sign off to certify an election? Are you breaking our election laws by doing this? I'm sure I should ask our state's attorney or our sheriff. I'm sure they will know or even want to look into this. Last year, before the election, there were several dates in different locations on hand counting training. I invited 3 of you commissioners to attend at least one of them. No one showed. How do I know this? Because I was at every training class. I find it interesting that there is no interest from this board or the auditor in learning the hand counting method. Everyone promotes spend your money local, buy local. This would happen if you hand count our ballots in the precincts. Now the people would be in control of our elections, but no. You're spending our tax dollars with a third party, for-profit, out-of-state NGO. China is buying up our lands and the people are concerned about that. They're saying, we can't let that happen. Well, where do you think the software and the components that are in the computerized tabulators, which were purchased from ES&S, come from? China. Another thing that boggles my mind is that as a board and the auditor are going to let this keep happening. I also find it interesting that no public servant on this board, including the auditor, won't contact me in private about these election concerns. Or say, maybe we should have a special meeting to find out what the people actually want. Please prove me wrong on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dale. Next speaker, request form from Cindy Cook. Cindy, are you here? Hi, Cindy. How are you?
Everybody, good morning, commissioners. I was here briefly a month ago and gave you a graph that showed you how much Pennington County has spent on ES&S. I hope you all took notice, not only are the tabulating machines substantially more expensive, but they are not secure. It has been proven time and time again, not only in federal court, but local as well. And you probably all saw Rick Weibel at a commission meeting hack into a computerized tabulator in less than 5 minutes, and proving how easy it is to hijack these machines. ES&S is a third-party, for-profit company controlling our elections. Our elections are unauditable. I knew this after working a precinct, and the chain of custody was broken by bringing our votes to a central location to be counted. The South Dakota codified law, which I have right here, several pages on South Dakota hand count statutes, and I'll leave this with you. It says we should count them in the precinct, or the superintendent should not sign off on the election, and neither should Pennington County. So there's one in particular, and I have that marked here, that it goes through how the count board does the counts in the precinct. And, you know, we want smaller precincts, hand count. So I'll let you read that. I won't take time to read it. But so the commissioners and the auditor are responsible for bringing integrity and trust back to the people. We're asking you to eliminate all machines in our elections and hand count in the precinct. The law is being broken. It's being ignored. We must get back to basics, and it is in your hands to do so. One of the complaints of the auditors is they say they can't get enough people to get involved. That ship has sailed. We went to numerous hand counting events that Rick Weibel put together. Attendance was big. If you go to uscase.org, he spells out a simple and flawlessly fast way to count the votes. Dale took Rick's material to a local organization that asked him to be there to do a hand count presentation. And there were probably 60 people there. And at the end of the presentation, he asked how many people in this room would be willing to hand count or help in the elections in some way. And over 50 of the 60 people raised their hand. So the people, they know now that they need to get involved in our elections. There's been a new Rasmussen report out with this question: would you volunteer to hand count and examine the election ballots in a local school gymnasium on election night? And men, women in all races said a loud yes, over 50 to 60%. People are fed up. Elections security is national security, and it starts here with you. We have 10 months before the next election. So I'm going to give you this if you're interested, okay? And I highlighted all the laws that pertain to hand counting in the precinct. Are there any questions?
Any questions from the commission here?
Yeah, I do. Could you give that to Jordan and he can get it to
Oh,
us?
sure.
And then my question is going to be, in South Dakota, what counties do hand counting?
Well, right now, none. There were several petitions that went out where the people got all the signatures to get them. And when they brought them to the commissioners, they said no because of the HAVA law, which we do not have to take help, and HAVA is Help America Vote Act, I'm sure
Right.
you know that. And they denied it. In fact, they brought in the Gunderson Palmer law firm and Sarah Frankenstein, and she went in and put the kibosh, and they said no, they were afraid of getting sued. So the people have to take our elections back, and that does start with you. I mean, if Pennington County could be the first county in South Dakota to do this, that would be huge.
Okay, next question, surrounding states. So our neighboring states, do any of them do hand counting?
Same thing, petitions. There's there's all these layers of government, like the South Dakota Association of Commissioners. Why do we need this? There's another layer too. I mean, and from what I've heard, they're instructing the local commissioners. And I think the local commissioners need to stand up and say, no, this is our county. We rule our county.
Any other questions from the commission? Thank you, Cindy. We'll make sure that, Jordan will make sure we all get a copy
Okay.
of that, so.
Thank
appreciate
you.
that.
Thanks so much.
Next, speaker request form, Heather Baxter.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
In light of the large budget, which includes, in my opinion, wasteful spending in big government passion projects, I would recommend the Commissioners look at saving a massive amount of money by hand counting the election of the ballots, as the previous speaker had mentioned. Our current president has said multiple times to move forward with hand counting of the ballots and get rid of the machines, along with same-day voting. This should be welcomed here since hand counting would cost 8% of the electronic elections, not to mention all the time spent on the machines when they malfunction. To me, it's concerning when I see the taxpayer dollars being spent like it's no big deal. When we, the people, elect our officials, we expect you to be good stewards of our money, not to increase big government, but to look for ways to cut and save. So we've spent over $1.3 million since 2014 on electronic tabulators. Hand counting would have been approximately $104,000. With hand counting, we could have saved time as well as nearly $1.2 million. We could pay a fresh new set of eyes, even if you just offered $25 an hour to a counting crew in the precincts to count the votes after the polls close and still be ahead of a massive amount of money. Just a few things to note. Hand counting does not require cybersecurity, EAC certification, expensive software, expensive machines, equipment storage, concealed audit trails, lawsuits that could be pending. It doesn't pay ES&S employees in county elections. It doesn't have to cover test decks, pre-election testing, barcoded ballots that only a machine can read, computers programmed by outside vendors, flash drives programmed by outside vendors, extensive training that was never provided to South Dakota officials, proprietary software coding not available to the public. And that's just to name a few things. Since 2018, ES&S has provided uncertified election management system laptops to unsuspecting counties, and Pennington County is one of those. I also was just curious as to where in the state statute that allows the ballots to be moved from the precinct before counting the votes. When I've looked, I can't find one. Yet I believe there's close to 14 statutes that do refer to precinct counting or counting board. So I just wanted to bring that forth too. And again, why not hand count? It's easy, it's inexpensive, auditable, transparent, verifiable, public, and secure. And I'm happy to help line up volunteers to do that as well. And I apologize if I didn't say my name at the beginning. I'm Heather Baxter and just wanted to bring forward a few things for you guys to think about in regards to saving the county money. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather.
Mr. Chair, so this would be a question for not you and I, the other three commissioners. And so has this been, I mean, I've seen it in the news over the last few years. Has Pennington had a presentation on hand counting?
I recall, you have to ask Cindy. Cindy, do you remember if we had a presentation? We have talked about this many times and why we use the tabulators and stuff, but maybe just a refresher. I know also that Travis Lassiter met with many people that were doing the hand counting and the machines, and he was one of our guys that represented us through the hand counting and ES&S tabulating machines.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I don't recall that they have ever done a demonstration for the Pennington County Commissioners on hand counting.
As follow-up question, because I'm sure you appreciate getting put on the spot, but I know that there were some presentations across the state on that, and then, have we ever talked specifically here about hand counting and the process we use and the machines and all that stuff?
Specifically at a meeting, I know that there were other groups that came and talked about the hand counting, but as far as the auditor and the commissioners discussing it, no.
All right. So, Mr. Chair.
Yep.
Just, I know the conversation has been out there and they've been here twice, and I think it's worth just having an agenda item just to talk about the process and talk about our own process and what the integrity is of our process and explain that to the public.
I'd appreciate that too, so I think we could, we don't have any action today, but I think Jordan's given us a nod over there that we can put something like that up front and
So,
have that conversation. I think it would be good for all
Right.
of us and the
So our-
community, so.
next meeting is August 19th. Does that work for you guys to come forward? All right, August 19th.
Chair,
Yep, Commissioner Hadcock.
we had many discussions actually on this. What was the guy's name that always came up? Do you remember? Ron and Gary?
Chet?
No, the elder that came up.
Chet Ellsworth?
Yes, and he's called me many times, also on hand counting, and then we had many conversations on how Cindy did actually, the tabulators, how they work, the ENS machines. So we've had many conversations on it. I don't know what all came of that, but I'm gonna be up straight with Travis. I trusted Travis and all the meetings he went to and all the conversation he had up there about the ENS machines and why they didn't hand count. It also shows me across the state, I'm not against having the meeting, I'll just tell you, conversation and public is always good to listen to. But there's a reason, not only because the legality of it, but if I could see if there was more people using the systems. I don't think it's just government. I think it's basically there's got to be some kind of flaw with the hand counting. I don't know if it's just the time consuming or something else. We're going to have that conversation, ma'am. So I'm not against, I'm going to listen to what you say. But bottom line is, it's good to have a public meeting, and more people are coming up again, so let's have the conversation. But I trust that Cindy Moeller on this case has done her due diligence, and she does pay the people at the precincts and stuff. I don't know the rules and laws about hand counting in each precinct and all that kind of stuff, so it'd be nice to know some of that as well. So some of that information I don't know, but we have had many conversations on the hand counting, the ENS machine, so ESNS machine, sorry. So, but more conversation's always better, and public comment for me is, and listening to what you guys have to say is good. So thank you for doing this again.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Drews.
So just to set the record straight, I did attend one of the hand counting demonstrations. It was held in Pierre, I believe, in February of 2024. It was held in the State House building during the legislative session. I did attend that, so the question whether or not any of us had ever attended or we were told we hadn't, I did attend.
Oh, thank you, and I
Mr. Chair.
knew that some of you had attended them. Commissioner
So,
Roskinick.
didn't Minnehaha do hand counting here a year ago, 2 years ago? And if I recall, there was a lot of issues with that relative to the doing it by hand.
I think, like Commissioner Durr had suggested, that we move this to an agenda item, and then it'll give everybody, and maybe an overall view of kind of, Cindy can give us an overall view of what she does on those elections, how they take place, because they just had a school election that, got into some chaos. Luckily, our Pennington County came out fine on that part, but there was some other issues the way that was handled, and it'd be nice to know some of the safeguards that our auditor puts in place to run these elections like she does, because she does quite a few of them, and we can have a conversation about hand counting. And I do know that Deb, and I'm sure, or Gary and Deb both had been to some of those. So anyway, we'll move on to the next item, and it's still public comment. We have a comment from Brian Mueller, the sheriff. Brian? and thank everybody for coming forward, so we'll look forward to seeing you on August 19th.
already proving me wrong.
Yeah, well, that's not our point, is to prove anybody wrong, is,
I know, but
yeah, no. But it's just nice to know that, open up that conversation. And
thank you for that.
yeah, we're here, that's what we're here for, so. But Brian, go ahead, I know you got some, you want to make a public comment.
Yeah, good morning, Brian Mueller, Pennington County Sheriff, and I apologize for not getting this noticed and under myself on the agenda, but being rally week, I'm never sure if I'm actually going to be here or not, or doing something else, and had a chance to visit with Commissioner Weifenbach about this a little bit yesterday, but I would just like to start a little bit more of a formal conversation in Pennington County amongst the elected officials as to what role and what voice that we have when it comes to the discussions for property tax reform at the state level with the legislature. And I think that the timing is good for us to be able to get together and use our collective associations, the Commission Association. Our state's attorney, Laura Retzel, is the president of the State's Attorneys Association. I'm the second vice chair of the Sheriff's Association. I know our other elected officials have state associations. And I know that there's a lot of discussions going on across the state level and different groups that are working on organizing and having these discussions, but I think the county should be at the forefront of that discussion. So we don't wind up with legislation that just absolutely doesn't work for the counties to be able to provide the critical functions that we need to provide that are state mandated for us to provide without funding. And not looking for any action today, I just would like to maybe figure out a time to be able to get together, and I don't know if maybe Jordan can work out a meeting with a couple of the commissioners who are connected with the State Commission Association to be able to have some conversations and potentially work on scheduling some meetings with our local legislators here in September.
Thank you, Brian, and we did have that conversation, I appreciate it. This time that the county and the city and the school district get together, I've had the conversation, and even with the Box Elder mayor, which I see he's there too, on bringing some, some meaningful conversation to this whole property tax issue, So I think that Jordan could maybe arrange that. And I believe, Gary, are you on the county's,
Ron represents the county on the state
Ron
association.
does, so
I'm
we'll
past
get
president.
Ron involved on that conversation too, to bring them to the forefront. And I know that I've talked to the mayor of Rapid City, the mayor of Boxell, both have some ideas. They're gonna support what the county, the sheriff, everybody has to do with moving forward to bring real property tax relief that makes sense. I mean, that if you're gonna mandate all these things and have a jail, we're gonna put people in jail, if we're gonna hire more officers to put more people in jail, we need to figure out the system all the way from the judicial part with where the bottleneck comes in with having so many people in the jail that are just there. I mean, we have maybe is there like 20 or less than 30 people actually serving time in the jail, am I correct, Brian?
I think 34 this morning, certainly.
And we have 600 people in there roughly, over 600, 630 on a capacity of 600. So we've got sheer issues there, but we have to get the state legislators involved. They spend a lot of time talking about these summer sessions. This is the second one I know of that's gotten nowhere, so we're gonna step up our game and help provide information from our perspective of what's happening. So Brian, appreciate you. Did you have anything else that?
I did not. Thank you.
Okay. Does anybody want to add anything to that? Commissioner Durden?
Yeah, the only thing I'm going to add is the other thing we can help do with property tax relief is cut our budget.
Yeah, that's when we are doing that too. We are looking at, and we've had those conversations with everybody that's come through here, that that's the one thing that the county can do, and we, look at synergizing our efforts on what we're doing and not be so silo oriented, be more centralized and synergized, so the public knows that we're working on that. We've moved forward with obviously selling some of the buildings that we've accumulated over the last few years because we find it the right time to do that. So we will be doing our share, but understanding that even if we do cut, that it's not going to be significant enough, but it will be a good start. But if we want to cut property taxes, because that's the burden that is kicking a lot of people's tails, the elderly people in the community and whatever, so. But, yeah, did you have something to say, Commissioner Hadcock?
Yeah, thank you, Sheriff Tom. What's your name,
Oh,
Mueller?
my.
I've been called worse. I'm okay with that.
I don't know.
I had a headache today, so you gotta apologize. I have to apologize.
No worries.
No, thank you for all you do for us, and that's just one more step for helping us. But people need to look in their own backyard when they tell others to cut and what they need. That goes through the city, the county, and also the state. Everybody could learn a few lessons on how to cut and where their budgets need to be cut, and we are doing that this year. And with the help of the department heads, trying to make that difference. Let's see if the rest of the city, the schools and the state do the same. So we're trying to do that. We're trying to show them we need the sales tax and what that makes for the difference for us, and that we can find things that we can make a difference in. Now it's their turn to try as well. So thank you.
Mr.
Mr.
Ross,
Chair,
can I-
you know, it seems to me these summer studies have been going on 3 or 4 years, and people are getting tired of the can getting kicked down the road. We're not getting anywhere. So hopefully, this current summer study, we come out with a solution that actually works, and we get it implemented for next year.
Yeah, I
And,
agree with
and
you.
nobody likes the word tax, but the reason I would favor some type of a sales tax, because then we capture the 3 million, 4 million tourists that come here, use county infrastructure, and we don't collect any tax from them. So I think that's one of the directions that we got to start looking. Or
Right.
another method to fund schools, I would really like to find that one.
And I think that's part of Brian coming forward today, because we've had these conversations about how, Commissioner Durr pointed out the county's gonna do their share, but we are only who we are. But as collectively, as a bargaining unit with the Sheriff's Association, the Police Association, the city putting pressure on Municipal League, the Counties Association, we can actually give good input to the state legislators to say, hey, here's what we're looking at, here's what we wanna do. We're doing our share. I don't think anybody ever had any problem paying property taxes if you are managing their money properly. I don't think anybody would ever argue that. They understand the significance and the relevance of having to pay tax for the better good, but when it's not being handled efficiently, that's where the issues are. So I think we're gonna attack it from all ends, and Brian, I think going forward, we're gonna build a good coalition to move forward with at least making sure we're heard. Because if we wait and wait for these summer studies all to happen, and then we go, oh, well, we don't agree with that, well, then it's shame on us. We curse the people that don't show up in our meetings all the time to give their input, so if we're not giving our input, shame on us. So I appreciate, Brian, the efforts going forward, and I do know that we will get it together. So we have support from the city and the school district and everybody else, so.
I'll work with Jordan with your
Yeah, work
permission
with
and
Jordan.
get a
We'll-
meeting set up.
Yep, and Ron's the head of, he's in charge of the county association, is that right, Ron?
Correct.
Okay, but we'll be involved, I myself will be involved, and I think any one of us, Jerry, Gary, we'll all,
Sounds good. Thank you.
All right.
Appreciate your time.
no, thank you. It's important
Brian.
factor. Okay, we'll move on to item number, and I'd like to thank all the people that came here to give your input, because if you don't give your input, the last thing you don't want to do is sit around and complain about it after the fact, so. Coming here, bringing your input, hopefully we're respectful to you, that you understand, where we're coming from too, so. We'll move on to item number 8, financial and compliance audit, State of South Dakota, Department of Legislative Audit, Mr. Bruce Hintz.
Here.
Yes.
I'd like to have a motion to continue this, that way Mr. Bruce could come back once we looked into some of the areas that we had questions on,
Okay,
if that's okay.
yeah, okay, well, maybe we can,
That way he doesn't have to go through the whole presentation until we have our questions answered and
okay,
stuff.
Mr. Bruce, where do you live?
Me, I live up outside of Lead, about 5 miles.
Okay, so you're local here, so that's perfect, okay.
That's just a motion. I need a second.
Mr.
Come once
Commissioner-
again and explain.
What's that?
I didn't catch everything you said, so
So this is to continue the letter to inform of the matters formally communicated for Bruce to us from the auditor views and compliance.
I believe it's in relative to,
okay, because I know the chairman has to sign off on this.
yeah, I'm not gonna sign it today,
All right.
so.
You want to
I have a
continue
couple
this
questions I
item
need to
until
have
Yes.
the next meeting?
August, is it August 19th?
Yes. So you
Okay.
wanna-
Bruce, are you good with that? We want to continue this to get some more answers from you. Be able to
Have my
talk to you.
closing today?
Yeah, do you want to talk to Bruce today about the questions we have, since he's here?
No, I think we need to have discussion.
What I heard the chairman just say is he had some questions before he signs the closing letter. And so are you available August 19th?
Nope. I'm going to be coming back from Denver that week,
Okay.
that weekend. It's a Tuesday.
What's the next date after that?
September 2nd.
I think I'll be,
And in between, I'll get together with Mr. Bruce.
Yes.
Continue this to the September 2nd meeting?
Yes, if that works for Bruce.
day after Labor Day.
Yes.
Should work. I don't have nothing.
Thank you,
I
Bruce.
can pencil you in.
Thank you,
right.
Bruce.
So,
I like how you said pencil.
motion by you, second by who?
Pen is.
I'll second the motion.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions?
So do you want to wait till the 2nd to go through everything then today, or?
Yeah,
Correct.
Okay.
right.
All right.
We have a motion
Yeah.
Yep, in a
and a
second.
we have a motion from Hadcock, second from Durr. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Opposed, one opposed?
I just simply don't understand what we're doing.
Yeah, we're just postponing it until.
I don't really know
September 2nd.
everything. I just know when I hear the chairman say he doesn't want to sign off on the letter, that he has questions.
I got
I'm
some
not going to
questions.
vote to have him sign off on a letter.
And I'll have that conversation with you guys. So, all, with one opposed, so motion carries 4-1, with Mr. Drews opposing. So, thank you, Bruce, and apologize for the inconvenience.
Okay, yep. So are you guys gonna be in touch with me, or
Yeah, we'll
what?
be in
Yes.
touch with you, Bruce.
Set up a meeting or something between
Yes, sir.
now and the 2nd?
Yes, sir.
Before then, right?
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thanks.
We're okay with that? Okay.
Okay, number 9, Central States Fair kickoff, Mr. Ron Jeffries, General Manager.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. I'm Ron Jeffries, General Manager of Central States Fair. We start August 15th through the 23rd. This is the 80th anniversary of the Central States Fair. I do want to point out one thing that the late Lindell Peterson shared with me. He had a book that was located back here in your back office that talked about a fair starting in 1887.
Oh.
And so you think about that, 2 years before statehood, Rapid City, or Hay Camp, was hosting a fall festival. It didn't go into details as to what types of events. I'm sure there wasn't a carnival. But the current fair as we know it has roots dating back to 1887. 1946, the Black Hills Exposition was what was the foundation of Central States Fair. And that was a share corporation where different members bought shares and ownership of the fair. It transitioned into Central States Fair. All the shares were cashed back in with no value, and we have the nonprofit that's here before you today. I've been proud to lead this organization for 29 years. Wasn't here all 80, but I've been proud to be here for it, and we want to invite you to a couple of things highlighting at the fair this year. First off, Monday through Thursday of the regular week of the fair, we're not going to open until 3 o'clock. We found challenges with schools starting, et cetera, so we delayed that start. It will only impact the carnival, the competitive exhibits, the front gates. There will still be some youth livestock shows type things, longhorn shows that still take place during some of those times, but we're not generally open, I'll say. Rodeo Slack would be another one that would be taking place, even though we're not technically open at that time. But we start Friday, ribbon cutting at 3 o'clock. I'd like to invite all of you to come, as well as the public. We've got arena cross, freestyle motocross jumpers that take place on that Friday night in the LEI Arena. We follow that up on Saturday with the Mountain States Ford Demolition Derby, a bigger and better demolition derby. We're excited about that. We've got a number of cars already entered. And then we turn into the Extreme Bronx Finals on Sunday. And just to point out one thing about the Extreme Bronx Finals, the PRCA has 5 national finals events, and Rapid City hosts one of them. South Dakota hosts 2 of them, which is phenomenal when you consider the other communities that these are located in. We are by far the smallest market that the PRCA holds a finals event in. So we're very proud of that, and if you want to watch saddle bronc riding, this is the best of the best. It'll be here Sunday on August 17th. Following that, we go into 3 days of PRCA Range Days Rodeo, a traditional rodeo with all events. And we start off Monday with our Ag Appreciation Celebration. We'll be recognizing 4 businesses and individuals during that rodeo performance. Tuesday, we do a military appreciation, and military appreciated, all military active duty and veterans and their families get in free to the fairgrounds and free to the rodeo that night. So we'd like to extend that invitation to all our veterans and active duty. And then on Wednesday, we're celebrating the first responders. And this year, working with Sheriff Mueller and several of the sheriffs from surrounding counties, we're going to recognize the Man Up program. And the Man Up program is a program to wear purple and promote domestic violence awareness. And it's also a fundraiser. We're raffling off some NFR tickets, and we're doing that to help support Wavy and their domestic abuse awareness and services here in Pennington County and abroad. So we're excited to be able to partner with the Sheriff's Department about that and thank them because they're doing all the heavy lifting. So that's wonderful for us, as well as providing us great service throughout the fair. We followed that up with the Black Hills Energy Concert Series. Lil Jon, I know Deb might not be your favorite, but Lil Jon and Mike Jones is a hip-hop show.
Tanya Tucker.
And yeah, I'm getting there.
I'm
And
Tanya Tucker.
I'm not a hip-hop guy either, but what I can tell you is that the last 2 times we've had hip-hop, I'm down listening to the show and I go, oh, I recognize this song and I recognize that song, and all of a sudden it dawned on me, it apparently all the wedding dances play all hip-hop songs, because that's where I know all the hip-hop songs from, is from all these pump it up dance songs during their weddings, but should be a great
You guys
show.
were sold out last year, weren't you?
Pretty close, yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
there was a lot of people there. I didn't go, but I heard all about it. It was pretty awesome.
The second night of the Black Hills Energy Concert Series is Lee Brice, and just a superstar in country music. We're excited about having him, along with Timothy Wayne. I know most of you haven't heard of Timothy Wayne yet. You should look him up, listen to a little bit of his music. But I also know that most of you didn't know Taylor Swift when she was an opening act for Neil McCoy. We've been very fortunate hitting some home runs along with some of our support acts that come to the fair. And the last night of the concert series is Tanya Tucker, just an icon in country music. We're excited about her show. She's bringing with her a young lady from South Dakota who now resides in Nashville, and that's where Tanya Tucker picked her up. Young lady by the name of Julie Eddy. She's from Del Rapids, but she's making her way into the ranks of country music, hopefully
Nice.
stardom, and we're excited about having that. Also want to share that Carnival Americana will be providing great rides and a lot of fun and entertainment. We've added some free activities this year. We've got a kids zone, which will be an open area for those persons that maybe you've spent your $40 on Carnival rides and you still want to have some fun things for the family or bring the grandkids out. We'll have cash scrambles and candy scrambles and balloon tying and foam factory and all kinds of fun activities that are free for the patrons to come to. We've got an ag education program that'll be in the Nerdy Nuts building along with our competitive exhibits. Another great resource for people to come back in and perhaps teach some kids, perhaps learn something for their grandpa and grandma as well. And then, of course, we always are excited about the support that we get from the community. Not only do we get it from this commission, from the Sheriff's Department, the Buildings and Grounds, Weed and Pest, the Highway Department. Many of the different county organizations help us get ready and prepared for the fair. And then, of course, our supporters and sponsors that make it all happen. And we'd just like to remind everybody, if you want to get passes or Carnival passes are available at Big D stores throughout Black Hills. And the Central States Fair grandstand passes are available at our office or online at centralstatesfair.com.
Thank you, Ron, and if you're gonna go to the Derby, people, buy your tickets now, you ain't gonna get them.
I guarantee you we'll sell out at the Derby, we'll probably sell out at X-Bronx. And you know, really, when you look at those passes, you can't find a better deal in entertainment anywhere.
Yeah, it's
Anywhere. They are the inflation busters right there.
phenomenal show and a phenomenal show for the community. But,
Chair.
Ron, we have a proclamation, and Gary said I didn't have a cowboy hat big enough, so he said he would do this proclamation for us. So, Gary, if you will.
Thank
please.
you. Whereas we celebrate the 80th anniversary of the Central States Fair held at the Central States Fairgrounds in Rapid City, South Dakota. And whereas the Central States Fair is an economic driver for Pennington County, Rapid City, and western South Dakota, providing insights into the region's agricultural industry, livestock shows and displays, youth agriculture, western arts, and crafts. And whereas we applaud the Central States Fair Board of Directors, its management and staff, Pennington County, City of Rapid City, our community leaders, and the hundreds of volunteers that bring hospitality and safety to make the 80th Annual Central States Fair event an experience for all to remember. And whereas the Central States Fair will feature a vibrant array of events, including Western hospitality through the Extreme Bronx Finals, PRCA Range Day Rodeo, Mutton Busting Rodeo, Arts and Crafts Showcase, youth agriculture exhibits, live concerts, demolition derby and freestyle motocross, and the amazing Midway Carnival. These are just a few of the many events held at the Central States Fairgrounds. And whereas the Pennington County Commissioners and employees recognize the 80th Annual Central States Fair held in Rapid City for the next 9 days and welcome good old Western hospitality and friendship for all to enjoy. Now therefore, Pennington County of South Dakota hereby proclaim Friday, August 15th through Saturday, August 23rd, 2025 as the 80th Annual Central States Fair.
Chair.
Commissioner Hadcock.
I see much helped you with your proclamation again. I love it when he always says, and it represents your fairgrounds and you very well, the welcome good old Western hospitality and friendship for all to enjoy. I'm going to agree, it's an ag showcase. It's pretty awesome to go to, it's pretty awesome to watch. Been participating in the fair for years. Used to go to Girls Club and back in the day, they always had the 4-H, and 4-H has been, I keep saying, the best preventative for kids, for helping kids, doesn't matter if you're ag or not ag, learn about everything and anything, kind of like Girls Club was for me. So if you want to keep your kids out of trouble, put them in 4-H. There's just so many things that they can learn. And it teaches them ag showcase, whether you're a city or a county. So thank you for all you do. It's wonderful to see it every year. I always look forward to all the different events and just looking at the cattle and the horses and the different things you guys do. I didn't know we did all that at the fairgrounds for ag. And I didn't also know that the fairgrounds was always booked up all year. So great economic driver. You can't find a better place in middle of Rapid City that just represents our state and our county. Thank you, Ron.
Thank you.
Any other comments from the commission? Would look for a motion to approve the chair's signature on the 2025.
Don't move, Mr.
Second.
Chair.
We have a motion by Commissioner Roskinick and a second by Commissioner Hadcock to allow the chair to sign the executive proclamation. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign.
Thank
Ron,
you.
thanks you, and hopefully you have a great success this year. And the people in our community love the fair, so I don't know what else to say. It's a hell of an economic driver, and it brings a lot of Western culture to the people here, so appreciate it.
Thank
Have
you
a
very
great
much.
day, Ron.
Thanks, Ron.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Ron.
Items from the auditor on item number 10, special request for retail on-sale malt beverage, special off-sale and special on-sale wine license, Rushmore Hockey Association, so, unless, I guess Cindy would only answer your questions, you come forward, she would answer your questions if anybody had any questions on these.
Motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve.
Second.
And Hadcock, a second from Roskinick, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Cindy. Items from buildings and grounds, 900 Concourse South Parking Lot, subgrade reconstruction and curb and gutter replacement. Do you want to do a summary on this, or what? Mr.
Yes,
Davis?
yeah, I'd like to explain it just a little bit here, and I can, I do have some aerial views to show.
Thank you.
Connect it to this computer.
I love this diligent program, by the way. If the people out there don't know, we have it all on our computers there that we can bring up everything you're seeing on there too. So if we're not looking at it, it's because we're probably reading what's on here. So it's super fantastic.
It is good. I'm actually using my computer, which I haven't done in 11 years here.
And we're praying for the people that are helping with that, because
Stop it. I'm used to paper, and as you see, I still have to write, but I appreciate Jordan and Kenner got this done for me and simplified it, so I do like the program. Thank you, Jordan and Kenner.
All right, Mr. Davis, you
All
got the
right.
floor, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, Davis Purcell, Director of Buildings and Grounds here for Pennington County. So we did have an unfortunate discovery in our south parking lot reconstruction, just due to some unforeseen soil conditions. The recommendation now from FMG Engineering is to remove an additional 6 inches of base course, put in some geogrid, and then add back in 12 inches of base course before we put the asphalt down. I do have some pictures to support here. And really, I want to stress that this isn't something we really could have seen until we tore the parking lot up. FMG did their best to estimate how much subgrade we had to remove before we started this project, but again, until we could rip some of it up and really see the condition, we didn't know. So you can see here, this is the west side here, the southwest part of the parking lot. I'm just showing you kind of what's tore up. And then this is the south side. And yes, this is after a rainfall, but this was so muddy and mushy, you couldn't even drive a vehicle on it or even do any sort of removal. It's pretty much the whole earth moves underneath these construction equipment machines that are removing the subgrade out of here. And then also what this proposal is doing is replacing the curb and gutter everywhere where it's ripped up. You can see the existing curb and gutter here, how bad it is around this island. Another picture there, and then that as well. And then I'll go back up to here. It replaces all of the curb and gutter where they have tore up the asphalt. So, I mean, it goes clear back on that south side, wraps all the way around the maintenance building and back. And then I'll give you an aerial view to kind of show a little bit further. So this area, all the way up to about right here, is where the asphalt and subgrade and curb and gutter will be replaced. So again, it's an unfortunate discovery. It is a costly one. I'm not sure why the curb and gutter was not called out to replace as part of the original alternate. I do not know. It should have been, because you can see the existing curb and gutter and how tore up it is. So my recommendation would be to do this and do it right. If we do not replace the curb and gutter, the south parking lot will look like a wave pool because of just the different elevations that the curb and gutter or the existing curb and gutter is at right now. So this will make it all nice, brand new and smooth. One thing that is unfortunate is we are going to find that throughout the rest of the parking lot. We're not replacing the rest of the parking lot right now, but this is something that I had on my long-term project list. So there will be a lot more that will have to be budgeted for this north area later. Just want to throw that out there. So I will stand for any questions on that
Mr. Chair,
item.
so the scope of that project does not include the asphalt itself. We were already going to do the asphalt, but I think the 348, that would just be the, go in there and get it ready.
Yes, so this is,
asphalt down.
yes, this is for the additional 6 inches of subgrade to be removed and geogrid to be put in, and then an additional 6 inches to be put back in, as well as the curb and gutter. And I do have it broken out up here to show you.
Right.
This is the curb and gutter price alone, this is the subgrade work, and then the totals after the fees, so.
So
But
I'm
yes, the
assuming-
asphalt is already accounted for.
I'm assuming that soil is just a combination of shale and clay. And
It is, it's a native
not
clay that's.
conducive to
yeah.
structural, yeah.
Yep, and it doesn't shed any water. That's the biggest issue, so.
Chair.
Commissioner Hadcock.
So, we're $1 million on the roof, we're $335, $498 on just fixing this. Where are we getting the money to fix this building?
Say that again?
Where's the cash flow coming from?
This is from, so the project is currently being funded out of the existing bond money, and that is where it will come from. That is in the motion, is to come from the existing bond money.
Okay.
Yep.
So any of the unforeseen costs at this point are gonna come from the bond money for the
Correct.
buildings? Any
Yeah,
buildings
it's-
that we need to fix that are already existing in this building?
Yes.
Okay. We already know what I think of all that. So I'll keep saying, the bond money was for the jail and for a B&G, and it has come to the point where all these unforeseen costs have been adding up to millions of dollars. So at this point, I understand now why we have to sell a building that we never should have bought in the first place, and that we have to sell other buildings, because the bond money, again, was supposed to be used for the infrastructure of the jail plus a B&G. So I appreciate all the pictures, all the work you've done. Davis, you have not been involved from the beginning of this, and I think if you were, none of this all would have come to pass. You're very thorough. You very much try to do and use the taxpayer dollars wisely, but in this case, you inherited this issue. So I appreciate all the work you've done, and that unfortunately, our predecessors before us decided that we needed more buildings and more stuff before we understood the whole cost of this building. So with you, I trust and understand that we have to move forward. I'm just wondering how much bond money is going to be left after we're done fixing all the issues that were done before with other commissions. So, thank you.
Questions? Commissioner Durr?
Yeah, my comment on this, obviously, you can see this has got to get repaired. So I noticed in your memorandum, you're talking about the potential move from the offices in this building, and so that's what I want to talk about.
Yep, that'll be the second item. Yep.
At the second item, so I just want to make a comment on this one. When was that building built?
76?
No, it was built in the,
No, I believe it was
90s
early,
or
I believe it was
2000.
early 2000,
Okay.
like 2001, 2002.
is there not, like, specifications on how you, if you can put down a parking lot?
What do you mean? Like,
Why would anybody in their right mind put a parking lot down on top of that clay?
well, I think over time, it's degraded to the point where water has
Getting underneath
seeped
it.
underneath the asphalt and has absolutely destroyed the subgrade. And so by going down an additional 6 inches,
Is that
we should be
because
able
of the
to
slopes
shed.
it's got on it?
It's
What's
just
getting-
because, it's because the parking lot has been repaired so many times. That, it's just, they milled and overlaid it so many times that it's just, it was in terrible shape to begin with. And I don't think they put enough engineered fill or
Well, that's my
base
point,
course
yeah.
down at the time. And then over time, as it degraded, that water seeped into there and it brought all that native clay and soil up through the subgrade. By putting the geogrid down and the additional 6 inches of base course, we should completely eliminate that problem going forward.
And the
So-
drainage.
And the
that's coming
drainage as
onto
well.
that parking
Yep.
lot.
Drainage is my
With
big-
new curbs and gutters and everything will drain out nice. Yep, it's all getting resurveyed if we go forward with
The
this.
drainage is
So-
one big thing that people overlook, obviously, and geogrid is another that they don't use in the roads. There are no specifications, it just behooves, I mean, you drive through our city and see it everywhere. It's like who in their right minds are making these specifications to, I mean, but this will hopefully repair. I know the geogrid, I've got good experience with that stuff, and it
Yeah,
can help.
it will,
Keep
it
the
will.
integrity of that parking lot, so.
It will repair it, yep, for good.
We have to do it, I guess, and, I said it's another chink in the armor.
Yeah,
So,
Mr. Chair.
but-
I'm going to move to approve the proposal from Seco Construction in the amount of $335,498 for the reconstruction of the south parking lot subgrade curb and gutter replacement at 900 Concourse to be paid from existing bond funds.
Second.
A motion from Durr, a second from Hadcock. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. Get your checkbook out, Mr. Davis.
I know.
Other county
We have to
too.
pay
I
you a
did
lot
not
more,
come up
wouldn't
here and ask for money all the time.
we? Okay.
So the next item is,
Item B, 900 Concourse Administration Building move-in timeline discussion.
yep, so
Sir.
with the approval of the subgrade reconstruction back there on the south parking lot, it pushes the exterior, well, it pushes the contract out into mid-December for this building. However, the interior is still set to be done in October. So I guess what I wanted to show you here is I'm gonna go back to this aerial view and just show basically everything that's highlighted in green will be accessible parking if we continue to move forward with our late October, early November move-in date. So everything in green here with this approach will still be accessible. It's over 320 parking spots, which is more than enough for public and employees.
Okay, where is the entrance for the public?
The entrance is right here.
Okay, for the
Yep,
public,
the
okay.
north side is, and this is the only entrance for the public. So essentially, and this is a new approach that we added during the project. So this will be closed off, and this entire area over here on the west and all this south parking lot will be closed until mid-December. And that is also if we can cross our fingers and hope that the asphalt plants are open until then.
Right.
And that, or if they can get it done sooner, there is potential that we would not have a south parking lot until next spring. But what I wanted to bring forward is, we can still utilize the existing building, or in November, meaning we can move in then like we're planning to, or what we can do is push it back until January, which would be a few weeks after the south parking lot and the contract will be closed out. My recommendation is we move forward and utilize these dates and keep going with this. Cindy, my project manager, is on track with all of the FF&E, all of the furniture, fixtures, and equipment, and then Mike Iverson with IT is on track for all the IT needs for the building. So what I did here is just laid a schedule out so you guys can see what I'm showing is October 22nd is our current contract completion date, but now that it was the current one, but now that we approved what we just approved, this is the new completion date is December 10th. So that's the only reason I'm bringing this forward is to show if we want to wait until that south parking lot is completely done, we could move in at the first part of January. Really what I'm trying to do here as well is this avoids holidays and this also avoids holidays. So these are my two recommendations. I do have a motion on the floor only if you want to move forward with the January move-in date. Otherwise, we are poised for November.
Chair,
Commissioner Hadcock?
I think it
You have
makes
the
more
floor.
sense to do it in January. That way you can get everything completed. Holidays are coming in November, holidays are coming in December. Staff is going to be on holidays. And I think if you ever tried to move during holidays or do anything during holidays, it's a lot of work. And it's not like we're against a lot of work, it's that we want to do it right and make sure we're prepared by the time we open, and hopefully in January, and that the public knows we're starting anew in a new building. And we need to also promote that we're moving into the new building and get that area with Cody and basically the TV stations and everything else, that there's going to be a new plan. So people aren't going to come here and be mad going to the wrong building. So I think that gives us time to do all that work and all that preparation for people so they have an understanding. Because even years later, they still think the courthouse is the administration building for us. So I think we need to do some preparation on that as well.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Roskinek, you have the floor, sir.
You know, maybe, we should let some of the departments determine what would work best for them. I don't know if that move-in, if it has to be all at once, or can it be incremental so that kind of do it in phases? That I'm not sure about, but have you reached out to the different departments to, they could, CEQA could get done a little bit earlier than they're projected, so I just think the department heads might have a little say in this, what they think would work for their department based on, their schedule.
Yeah, and I can comment on that. We are currently talking to department heads through that process right now. There's roughly about half the departments, there's 8 total departments moving out there. There's 3 that have, that work very close together and have a lot of public interaction for the most part, obviously the treasurer's office and planning and zoning, equalization. The other 4 to 5 departments I think could be moved, I'm not gonna say easily, I don't like that word, but relatively smoothly, where we could even keep someone in an office here to say, hey, we're moving these, 2 or 3 days. But we're in those talks right now. We're actively coordinating for a November move-in date. Again, it doesn't matter to me which one we choose. We will be prepared for whatever the commission decides, but yes, we are currently talking. I have talked with Annette about the November move-in date. She did not have an issue with it. Definitely did not want to do October. And then obviously if we get into late November and December, that's when it's tough because of those holidays. So if we want to push it to January, that's perfectly fine. But yes, I'm continuing to coordinate with the department heads on this, so.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Durr.
Yeah, I'm not in favor of a January move. I want to stay on target with what we've already communicated. It's been out in the public that we've multiple times have said we're going to move this fall. I think the move can still take place. The parking lot in the back can be worked on. And I think there's two reasons mainly that I would like to stick with our timeline in November. One, I think the weather is going to be kinder in November versus January. January is beginning a new fiscal year, and so there's a lot of work in departments with turning over the books and starting a new budget, getting things caught up to set off the year. So I'd rather have everybody in place when we're, just starting off a new fiscal year. And the other reason November is in my time frame is because we had selected that we would begin operations when we moved into concourse on a 5-day work week. And so I don't want to push off another 5-day work week for another 60 days. And so those are the reasons that I don't think the parking lot is a reason to push off our initial timeline. We've been planning for months. Since I've been here at the beginning of January, it's been talked about almost at every meeting that we would be moving in October, first part of November, and I want to stick to that timeline because for me, I think it better serves the public, so.
Commissioner Drews, do you have anything to say here?
Well, I agree with Commissioner Durr. I mean, we're already a year behind from what we originally planned on moving, so, even if we move in November, we're a year behind, so.
So
I suggest we take the date of November and get moved.
I would concur, so. But Commissioner Roskinek, you had something?
I'll go ahead and make the motion that we move in November.
Okay. There's no motion necessary.
Okay,
Yeah.
Here, just,
but I would support November.
Okay. Yep.
so my issue with that is if you have pieces and parts moved over there, if everybody's moved at the same time and we're good to go and the public knows it, I'm in favor of that. I don't think that's going to happen very quickly. I don't think that's going to happen transitionally in a couple months. I agree with a lot of what Mr. Durr is saying, but I also have moved buildings into one to another, and it's not that easy to convey that to the public. You're going to have a lot of mad public coming here that go over there, and you can say, no, we're not here. We just moved over there. Are you going to have some departments here, some departments there? You're going to have mass confusion if we don't have enough time to make sure that the public knows that we are no longer in this building. Like I said, you have a courthouse that they think the old administration area is still there.
Commissioner Hadcock, do you have a motion?
I did for January, but doesn't sound like I have the
Second
votes.
to the motion? No second, so we're going to move on to the next
Can I
item.
make one quick comment about that too? And the reason I brought this now is because we are prepared, Cody's prepared, we're gonna do a press release on this. We also have some pamphlets ready that we will have here in the administration building that shows exactly where to go and how to get to concourse. It's basically a digital aerial view of Elkvale and Homestead and Concourse and where our building's located. No matter what direction you're coming from, it will have those directions. So we're ready to roll this out. The only reason we haven't is because this came up and I had to get the direction from the commission on when we wanted to move. So we're ready to start notifying as much or as heavily as we can right now. And we have made posts about moving in the fall over the last couple months.
Okay.
So
It would be nice if we had like a map available here, because people are going to show up here. I don't care what day you do it. You can, because people don't do business here on a daily basis. And that's the one thing we always have to keep in mind, is that people maybe come here once, twice a year. So they're going to come here. So if we have something here that is a handout flyer that they can
That's
take,
what
here's
it
the
is,
map,
yep.
how you get there, here's the phone numbers. We'll have to figure out a customer service line or something to handle these people. So you're in charge of the move then, is that correct?
correct.
So if Commissioner Hadcock has your phone number, so she's gonna call you. All right.
Yeah, no worries.
So we're gonna move on to item number
Thank you.
12. Thank you, Mr. Davis. Items from Human Services, restorative practices contract addendum. So if you just want to come forward and state your name and give us a little update what we're doing here.
Yeah, Jennifer Williams, Curl Grant Manager. Me being Barry Tice, the Director of Human Services, and I came before the board and we had you all sign an agreement with Stephanie Autumn to do some restorative practices. Just some different trainings to help working with the community. This is using some of the MacArthur funds that we are working to expend. We still have a little bit of money available, so we would just like to extend that contract to continue doing that similar work with Stephanie.
Okay. Does everybody understand? Any questions? Commissioner Durr?
I'll make that motion to,
Okay, we have a motion. Do we want a second to the motion?
I'll second it.
We had a motion by Hadcock, second by Ross Connect. I know Commissioner Durr, you have a comment.
Yeah, so were the MacArthur funds specifically allocated for this expenditure?
So we had some availability on what we wanted to spend them on, and this is what we requested them to be for in the extension that we submitted last year to MacArthur.
All right, and is this, when you say you have the funds, does that mean you have the budget? So my question is this within budget? You do not require a budget supplement?
Supplements are still a little bit cloudy in my world on how they work. I've only been with the county for about a year. There is the money left over from MacArthur to do this. I don't know if I'll have to do a supplement to move it from one item to the next line
Yeah,
item.
so when these things come forward, and again, I appreciate your comment, I understand it. So when we're asking to extend contracts and agreements, or we're asking to expend funds and those types of things, what I want to know, I understand the revenue is there. I want to know, is the budget there? And so if we budgeted and we said we were only going to spend a certain amount on this agreement, and through the fiscal year, we've gotten to that amount, but then we're saying we have another opportunity, we have the revenue, I want to know, do we have the spending authority through a budget? And so,
We have, yep, the funds are there. There were some other things that we were trying to do with some other departments that were not spending as much as we thought they were. The MacArthur conference is also held annually, and I had significantly over budgeted for that conference. So there are just some funds from other line items that are still available, and so there might need to be a supplement to move it from travel to services, but the money is there.
yeah. So you don't need to move it from one line item to another, it's just, is the overall budget
Yep.
going to be there? But I will be looking at, if somebody comes in and says, I want to expend these funds, I just want to know, even if the whole budget is not going to go into the red, I want to know if that line item is going to go into the red. So those are my comments.
Thank you, Commissioner Durr. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. Item B. Oh, yay, luti acqui. Oh, I'm not gonna. Thank you.
Yep.
Moving forward in a sacred way in contract addendum.
Yeah, so in addition with these funds, we've been working with OLO. They've been coming in and doing some circles with the folks at Detox and Safe Solutions. They've also been meeting with people at their office. This is just extending the contract. It's not changing the amount in the contract, just giving them more time. They moved offices, and they also had some ceremonies this summer, so they just lost a couple of weeks of the work that they were doing to those things. So we're just looking to add some time to expend the funds that were already allocated.
thank you.
Thank you.
I'll move approval.
We have a motion from Hadcock,
Second.
second from Drews. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you
Yeah.
very much. You have a wonderful day. It looks like items from planning and zoning, so we're,
A little early.
yeah, we're a little early, so
Can we talk
just
about
take a
anything
break.
later?
we'll take a break until 10:30. No, just kidding. We're ready to roll here, so I guess I'm looking for a motion to move into, I mean, there's items from planning and zoning, so we do those first? Okay.
Board of Adjustment.
Well, it's actually before the Board of Adjustments on here, so I'm not sure if they just kind of got typoed in there. Jordan, do you see the same thing I'm seeing? Items from planning and zoning?
The agenda
You can move
PDF.
to item 13.
It's actually, it's right after B, there's no real,
Here, Ron, that's just the agenda and the
Yeah.
minutes from Planning Commission. You're going to want to go to item 13A.
okay, we'll go to item 13, so we need to look for a motion to convene as the Board of
So
Adjustment. We have a motion from Drews, second by Hadcock. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign, motion carries. So we are into the Board of Adjustments hearing, and we'll look at variance A, COVA 125001, Ray Brothers, Darrell Rave, to allow a lot size less than 6,500 square feet in suburban residential areas. So go ahead.
Cody Sack, Senior Planner. As stated, variance COVA 25-0011 is to allow a lot size less than 6,500 square feet in the suburban residential district. The applicant and landowner is Darrell Rave, Rave Brothers. Location of the property is 13186 Morse Place. Currently, the lot is 1.85 acres. Existing land use is residential. Access is off Morse Place, and there is no special flood hazard here on the property. Sorry, excuse me. Basically, what they're trying to do is they're platting. You'll see the preliminary plan a little later. They're creating 3 lots, Lot 1A1 and Lot 1A2, and then there's a well lot that'll service. So there's an existing well lot. They need to upsize that. So he's dedicating an additional well lot for them with an easement. But that doesn't meet the required 6,500 square feet for a suburban residential zoning district. So when we look at variances, we take a 2-prong approach. Whether granting the variance runs counter to public interest. It doesn't appear that it'd run counter to public interest. And prong number 2, whether a special condition exists to grant a variance. Does appear that there is one. Well lots in general are small in size because there's no structures that are put on them, maybe besides like a little well house. So they don't need to meet the requiring a 6,500 square foot lot for a tiny well is a little extreme. This was routed for interdepartment review. There were no objections or concerns that were received. They're proposing a 20 by 20 well lot, and the well will be used for residents along Morse Place subdivision number 4. So with that, staff does recommend approval of variance COVA 25-0011 with conditions.
That'd be my motion.
The motion from Hadcock and second from Drews. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. Item B, or letter B.
Mr.
here.
Chair,
Yes, sir.
I just want to, Cody, did you say 250001?
0011 would be number
0011.
Okay, what I'm looking at, it looks like it'd be 007 on this.
Can we take a look at that?
That might be the.
This is A?
This is A. I think 007 is the preliminary plan that he has on
Yeah.
item C.
Okay,
This is 25-0011.
just wanted to make sure I'm on the same page.
He's got it.
Yeah, we're good.
We got you on the same page.
Yep.
Yep.
Wrong page.
He had a wild weekend up there in Hill City with all the bikers.
There you
go. Letter B, subdivision regulations variance, sir. Jason.
Morning,
sir,
Commissioners.
Mr.
Jason Dennison, Assistant Planning Director. Agenda item B is subdivision regulations variance COSV 25-0003, and it is to allow more than 40 lots on a dead-end road system. The applicant is Kristen Bennett. She's in the audience if you have any questions for her. Location is 22611 Hazel Lane. It is currently zoned Planned Unit Development District. Access is off Hazel Lane. Staff takes a 2-prong approach. Prong 1 is whether granting the variance runs counter to public interest. Staff finds that it does. Prong 2, whether special conditions exist to grant a variance, as staff find that there is none. The roads, Hazel Lane, where the property takes access, is within the Loveland Canyon Road District. It is a 66-foot wide platted right-of-way. 18 foot of that is paved surface. The request was sent out for interdepartmental review, and the Loveland Road District did have comments objecting to this request. No other objections or concerns were received. Staff's analysis of the request is that the applicant is proposing to subdivide the subject property in order to create 2 5-acre lots. The applicant has applied for a comprehensive plan amendment, a rezone, and a planned unit development amendment, which will be heard later on in this meeting. Approval of this request will allow the plating process to continue. Staff has also received multiple letters from neighboring property owners in opposition to this request. And with that, staff recommends denial of subdivision regulation variance COSV 25-0003, as there are no special conditions on the subject property that would support approval. However, if the board does disagree and recommends approval, staff recommends that one condition be included.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Ross.
Jason, can you put a map up there that would show the quickest route from that particular property to the North Peak Road? So it's just to give the audience an idea, if there was a emergency, what the distance would be from that property to North Peak Road, which is
Sure, I can step you through on this map right here. You can see this is the subject property with the green star on it. This would be the quickest travel down Hazel Lane to Lewis, out to Melchert, and then that would lead out to Norris Peak. And all the highlighted properties I have here are all 42 that currently take access off of that dead-end road system.
Okay.
That's the only way in and out.
Chair.
Commissioner Hadcock.
So on this issue, what we've learned in the 40 unit rule is if we have some kind of emergency plan, because what we've done is we shut a bunch of people down on the 40 unit rule, which we haven't really determined why we made that rule, if I'm correct. For safety, I understand, and the bottom line, we did it in the city as well, but I still haven't figured out, except for the fact for safety. So for fire mitigation, flooding, any kind of emergency, that area, if the lot that is being proposed has that emergency plan and that plan made sense, in the past, we have let the 40 unit rule go by. And the other issue was, the main issue was Bradsky Road as well. Is there another second access? Is there an emergency way for people to get out? So at this point, you have some pretty big lots in there. Are we going to do what with the lots, or we're going to just shut everybody down in that area that have those lots? So those are some pretty big plats in that area. So we need to find some solution at this point, and I think we have as a commission before by doing emergency access plans. Jason, am I saying this correctly, or do we have, and did we have other areas that we did this for emergency plans for the 40 unit rule?
There have been, yes. So we had one just to the east of this on Schroeder Road.
Okay.
Which was a similar situation. As you notice, there is a condition of approval in there if you decide to approve this, that prior to the final plan, that a fire mitigation plan be submitted to our office at that time. So that, I don't believe there are too many trees on that property as far as fire mitigation goes, but we would require that moving forward for the plating process.
So what I've looked at is because of that safety plan, they're not full of trees. They don't have big canyons right there. In this, it's probably, I believe, not a safety factor at this point with a fire mitigation plan. We have to do something as a board for that 40 unit rule, and I think that was with the help of Dustin and other people having conversations on this, how we came up with some solutions so people could do what they need to do on their land. So my concern is being able to have property rights on that land and still do what they need to do in order to make that property work. Thank you.
The chair.
Yes.
Another thing I want to point out is some of these, where we get into that 40 unit rule, the subdivision itself could be located 2 or 3 miles from a paved road, where this one here is literally located on a paved road. So they're all different. You just have to look at each one and weigh the merits and use their better judgment. But this particular request, I guess I don't really have a problem with it. If it was going to be subdivided and there's going to be, the lots would be smaller than 3 acres, I probably would have a problem with that, but these are, my understanding, both are going to be 5 acres.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Commissioner Drews.
So I did visit the site, and I don't really have an issue with it either. In fact, the division is not for building of creating 2 5-acre lots to build on. Part of it is built on, and those individuals have indicated an interest in purchasing that property, but they want to buy just the 5 acres because they don't think they can afford all 10. And so what she does is she has horses on the other 5 that's vacant of a house, and she has no intent of building a home on that. So, and I think overall on those 40 lots or 42 lots, wherever it is, there's only like 32 structures out there. Is that not right, Jason?
On that property, yes. I think there are a couple outbuildings and 1 single-family residence.
Yeah, so.
Commissioner Drew, do you have any comments?
So Chair, I'll make a
Motion on the
motion.
floor then?
Make the motion to approve the final, prior to the final application, I'm sorry, to approve this, to allow more than 40 lots on a dead-end road with the condition that prior to the final plan application, a fire mitigation plan for the proposed subdivision be provided in accordance with 1400.
Second.
We have a motion from Hadcock, a second by Drews. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
There was a,
I'm sorry, yeah, we'll open up for discussion.
I think you have public input.
Okay, we do? That's where I might have gotten, was this one, was it from, is it Desel Peterson that has? Is that what you were trying to explain to me? I'm sorry. I apologize. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, so we do have public discussion on this one from, agenda item, from Desel Peterson? I'm sorry, I almost forgot about you.
Good morning, members of the commission. My name is Desyl Peterson, D-E-S-Y-L. It's an unusual name. And I live where my property touches at the corner with the subject property. And I speak today in opposition to the variance request. And first because, as staff has noted, there are no unusual circumstances related to the property itself to justify a subdivision that is in violation of your ordinance provisions. What is happening is it's simply a wish of the person to do something that is not allowed by the ordinance. And what she wants to do, as you noted, was she wants to keep part of the property for herself, and she can use that for her horses. And then she would sell off the old farmhouse. Well, she doesn't need to do a variance in order to accomplish that result. She can go forward with either an easement or a long-term lease. She can sell the property like she wants to, retain an easement for herself, for her horses, or she can do a long-term lease. And that way, she would be in compliance with your ordinances without getting an absolute variance to create another buildable lot, which is in violation of what your ordinances are. And I would point out that you have precedents in this neighborhood of denying subdivisions for more than 40, and that was in 2005. And again, more recently, it didn't come to the county board, but it was an individual who was across the property, across the road from this particular property, and he wanted to sell his property, but he wanted to divide off the pole barn so he could keep the pole barn and just sell the house. He came in and talked to staff, and staff said that's not allowed under the ordinances. Now, he didn't come to the commission, so there's no precedent in terms of what the commission did by that one. But I want you to note that those are the kinds of issues that are going to come up if you start allowing this to happen. Anybody with any kind of desire to subdivide the property, maybe they want to have money to pay for a college education, a daughter's wedding. I mean, I don't know what it is. But whatever it is, you have just now wiped out all these regulations. I don't know why you have them if you're going to allow a variance when there is an option that you don't need to subdivide the property to accomplish her results. Thank you.
Thank you, Dizzle, and I apologize that I almost missed you on here. There was a little bit of confusion on my part. So in regards to that conversation about, so the neighbor is buying the property, is
Is there somebody else?
somebody else who wants to speak? Okay. Come on forward. We want to hear what you have to say, because we're going to make a decision here.
My name is Byron Altman. I live in the property immediately south of the subject property.
Okay.
On Lewis Drive, 13206 Lewis. I have written to you a couple of letters which are in your packet, and I'm not going to rehash those here, just to put a face to the writing. The comment is made that there are other big lots up there, so you're going to add another 6 lots when you allow those to be subdivided. And people will want to subdivide. The intent to not put a property on this subdivision, those intentions are invalid the minute they're out of the mouth. It's a buildable lot.
Right.
So we have an access issue. I'm coming completely from the access, safety, and welfare of the group. I personally witnessed Bogus Gym Road almost being flowed over down at the bottom, the culvert over it. I mean, it's just a little trickle usually. Well, it was with about 6 inches of going over that road in 2014. We would be stranded, all of us. So I ask you to deny this variance on the grounds of our single access and your previous 2005 ruling where you mandated the number of lots, which was sensible. Any questions?
No questions. I have a question for Cody, though. One question would be, if this person wants to retain that lot, why couldn't they just do a lot adjustment? Just have it all into their lot, and it would change nothing.
I believe what Cody Sachs, Senior Planner, I believe what Jason stated was, or Commissioner Drew, that the buyer couldn't afford to purchase the entire lot. They could only afford to purchase a part of it.
That's my point.
So in order to transfer that portion, they would have to have 2 lots. It'd have to be subdivided to create that additional lot.
Yeah, but isn't their property adjacent to it? Or is it in a?
No, so
Oh,
basically,
okay,
it's one 10-acre lot right now, and I don't know, Jason would know better where it's being subdivided, but they're creating 2 parcels off of
I
that.
misunderstood. I thought they could do if they're just gonna add it to their lot, is what I was thinking.
No, so this is the subject property here with the star on it.
Yep.
Better look of it is here. She intends to just subdivide this off into 2 5-acre parcels. Access is gonna stay the same. There's gonna be one approach. There's gonna be an easement that goes over to proposed lots, so both have access. They're not adding any other
They're just
approaches off of. So as far as an easement goes, I'm not really sure what.
That's the subject property there, they're gonna split it?
It is, correct.
And the person that's splitting it's gonna sell half of it?
Correct, with the homeowner.
Or was there a buyer for the other half? I guess I'm
I would ask the
confused now.
applicant to come up and
Oh,
speak to
okay.
that. Yep.
I guess I
She's-
was confused because I thought that somebody was buying it and that's why they were splitting it. But I guess,
The applicant can come up and speak to that if you'd like to know the details of
because
that.
that's right on the road there. Why don't they just put another approach on?
She doesn't propose to add another approach. She just wants to keep the single approach where both proposed lots take access from it.
But if they had 2 approaches, they would get around the 40-acre rule, right? Or not? No, okay. But, okay, so they just want to sell half their lot, basically, is what they're
Correct.
doing. Okay, okay. So they live on that lot?
She has a vacation home rental on that lot. She lives on another piece of property in the neighborhood.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
So what it would do is it would eliminate the vacation rental property, because that's the property that would be sold.
Okay.
Those people also have horses. They're currently living there. So we're not talking about putting it on the market, people moving in, et cetera. It's already occupied. She doesn't care to have a house on the other piece of property be used strictly for the horses.
No.
And I agree with Commissioner Hadcock that we do need to take up that 40-unit rule and figure out what needs to be done with that, because it's just not a good rule that was adopted by this county many years ago.
Is there covenants on these? That wouldn't include us.
Can't enforce covenants, so I'm not
So they
sure
just
if
want to
they're-
cut the lot off right now and just so they can salvage that property for their horses?
I believe she wants to keep that 5 acres to run her horses on, correct?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Drew.
Yeah, getting back to the comment about the 40 lot size. When's that, over the years since '05, when has that been discussed, or have you guys looked at that
It
for
was
an adjustment?
2008 is when it was put into our subdivision regulations. I believe that's about the same time that the city adopted it as well. So we took it on. It has been looked at recently, a couple of years ago. There was some discussion over an and/or situation, if it was 2 miles in cumulative length or 40 units. We did change that verbiage to say and, to include both of those. That was really about it. We didn't look at adjusting the numbers or anything like that. We did amend it to require a fire mitigation plan if it did go over the 40 units in a fire protection district. But as far as floodplain goes, it was pretty hard and fast on that we kept it at 40 units, because if a bridge washes out, then there is no access to get out.
All right.
So you made exceptions with the fire mitigation plan?
We do include that as a condition of approval if the board chooses to do.
The other, can you render that unbuildable? Because the fellow that came up here had a legitimate point, that he says, if we cut this off, that's a buildable lot, no matter what anybody says. Because we'd been down that road, I'm facing that up on
That's correct.
Highway 16 about the guy making promises and then.
Yep, I did discuss a deed restriction with the applicant to see if she would be interested in that, and she was not.
They're not interested in having it unbuildable?
Correct.
What they're telling everybody, they're not gonna build on it.
I would bring the applicant up to
okay.
discuss that.
I got it. We have a motion on the floor?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Aye.
Aye.
So motion carries 3-2.
Nope,
No.
No?
it fails.
It fails?
Yeah,
Has
you have
be-
to have 4 votes.
You have to have 4 votes, so motion fails. So that goes back, and then that goes to denial, right?
Right.
Okay. So, next item?
Move to come out of Board of Adjustment.
Thank you. We have a motion to come out of Board of Adjustments. Motion by Hadcock, second by Dur.
Correct.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. So we move on to item number 14, right? Am I right, guys? 14A? Oh, okay, 13, 14, 14A, 14B. What am I off here, Jerry?
Should be on.
There you go. Eat it.
I'm off here somewhere, though. Items. 14A. We on 14A then, Ray Brothers? No, that's the well lot B.
Should be 14A. Is that where you're at, 14A?
Yeah, so Cody Sack Senior Planner, Rave Brothers has 2. They had the variance, and now they have their preliminary plan.
So we're on 14A then?
Yes.
Okay, that's where I got thrown off. Thank you. Okay.
Would you like to use my iPad? So you are correct and know how to use your computer?
So go back to papers. So, Mr. Cody, you have the floor, sir.
So Cody Sack Senior Planner, item 14A is preliminary plan COPPL 25-0007. It's to subdivide and create lots 1A1, lot 1A2, and well lot of Logport subdivision. The applicant and landowner is Daryl Rave, 13186 Marsh Place. So again, just like the variance, they're splitting this off into 3 lots. They're going from 1 to 3. Currently zoned suburban residential district, so the zoning fits their lot sizes that they're proposing, except for the well lot, but you granted a variance to that. Access is gonna be for one lot off Morris Place, the other one's off Log Porch. We're working with the applicant to have Morris Place Road District incorporate Log Porch into their road district to maintain that road and meet their standards. Other than that, staff does recommend approval of preliminary plan COPPL 25-0007 with conditions with the planning commission's concurrence.
Do you have any speaker requests?
But we have, no, we don't have any for 14A.
I'll move approval.
We have a motion for approval.
Second.
We have a second from Durr. Morgan, a motion by Adcock, second by Durr. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Let's move on to item B. Major planned unit development.
Morning again, Commissioners. Jason Thennison, Assistant Planning Director.
Mr. Jason.
Yep, we just discussed this property. This is the major planned unit development amendment to amend the existing planned unit development in order to remove the subject property from the planned unit development. Again, the applicant is Kristen Bennett. So when we look at, just give you a history on this planned unit development. So originally there were 3 lots in this PUD. I believe in 2004. Oh, sorry, give me 1 second. 2013, the Board of Commissioners approved a rezone to remove Lot 4, which would have been this small one here to the lower left. There was no PUD amendment done. It was just removed and rezoned, leaving these 2 lots here within the PUD. At this point, there's really no purpose to the PUD. So with that, staff would recommend approval of.
Thank you, Mr. Jason. We have a motion.
Approval of Major Planned Unit Development Amendment PU 0303.
Approval with 5 conditions.
We have a motion. I'll second that motion. We have a motion from Hadcock, second by Wyffenbach. Any discussion? Because there's some puzzled looks here, so I'm gonna make sure everybody's good. You ready to vote?
Let's go through and explain this one more time.
Okay. Yep, so this PUD, when it was established in 2003, it included these 3 lots, Lot 2, 3, and 4. In 2013, Lot 4 was removed. The PUD really, it only put in place agriculture-type uses. There was a special use for a guest house on Lot 2, which is the subject property. So once this property is removed, if it's removed from the PUD, that guest house goes away. That's the only special requirement in the PUD, and it did define lot sizes as well. So there's really no benefit to the PUD existing, but Lot 3 will remain in that PUD.
Everybody, you got that one? Okay, that suffices you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. I'll move on to the next. This is C.
So C and D, agenda items C and D are comprehensive plan amendment and a rezone. If you'd like to discuss those together, they encompass a lot of the same information.
Yeah, I'm sorry, this is a rezone?
Yes, the next agenda item is a comprehensive plan amendment and a rezone.
Okay.
Like I said, they encompass a lot of the same information, so if you'd like to discuss them together and vote separately.
What do you
Yes.
guys want to do, separately? Yep.
No.
No?
Just same. He can discuss both and we can
Yeah.
vote separately.
On
Yeah.
C and D, you mean?
Yes.
Correct.
Is this the same lot we just talked about earlier?
These are all the same property.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. All
Okay,
right,
so-
we'll let you go. You got the floor there, Mr. Jason.
All right.
Now
So
I've got a
agenda-
puzzled look.
Agenda item C is comprehensive plan amendment COCA 25-0007 to amend the comprehensive plan and change of future land use from planned unit development district to ranchette district. And agenda item D is rezone CORZ 25-0009 to rezone from planned unit development district to ranchette district. Again, the applicant is Kristen Bennett. Location of the property is 22611 Hazel Lane. When we look at these requests, you can see on the left-hand side of the screen, the current zoning is planned unit development in blue. Proposed zoning is in tan in that same table. Surrounding land uses, we do look at those as well. This is a little bit better graphic of those surrounding parcels. On the left-hand side, you'll see the current zoning. On the right-hand side, you'll see the future land use. The tan, again, is ranchette, which you can see for future land use is significantly populated in that area. We do look at roads and streets. Hazel Lane is, again, within the Loveland Canyon Road District. It is a 66-foot platted right-of-way. 18 feet of that is paved surface. Infrastructure is private for on-site wastewater and water. Again, we went through the PUD in the previous agenda item and the history behind that, and the 40-unit rule with the first agenda item. Again, the Loveland Canyon Road District did provide objections to this request as well. And again, the applicant is proposing to subdivide this property without the
Jason,
variance
can you
that-
get a little bit closer to the mic, please?
Yep, so without the variance that went through earlier, she can no longer subdivide this property. These requests are still moving forward, though. We did receive multiple letters of opposition as well. Staff does find no significant issues with this request and does recommend approval of both requests.
Does it make a difference from our earlier action? Does this matter? I mean, what is it?
It matters as far as plating, because she can't subdivide the property now. This is still a benefit to the property owner, I believe, because like I said, that PUD is relatively defunct at this point. It doesn't really serve any purpose. This will give her the property rights of a ranchette zoning district.
And what does that change? What does that change from her?
The allowed uses, basically.
So we'll get her out of the PUD?
Right.
Which gives her a little bit more
That's what we're
flexibility in a
doing.
ranchette?
Mm-hmm.
Still can't subdivide it?
Still can't subdivide it. Nope, you guys denied the variance.
Mr. Chair, I'd approve.
Motion by Drews and second by Hadcock. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries.
Mr. Chair, you need a separate motion for the comprehensive plan and the rezone.
So we have a second motion,
Yep, for the
comprehensive plan.
rezone.
Comprehensive plan we just did. I think we got the rezone right now.
Rezone I approve. I'll move approval on rezone.
Second.
We have a motion by Hadcock, second by Drews for approval. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 14. Let's see. Which one are we on? 14?
E?
D, okay. No, 14E, okay. Oh, Miss Brittany, how are you? 14E? Data Processing Center. Now, I had something come up on this one, if we can continue this item? Are you okay with
Correct,
that?
and
Yep.
that's what we're going to speak on. I did talk to the requesters, and they're asking for September 16th
Okay.
for it to be
Are
continued.
you okay with that? Do you understand
Yes.
why they need it, and we're gonna have that conversation then?
Yes.
And you'll let us know?
Yes.
Okay, so the motion, do we get a motion?
That would be my motion.
Motion from Ross Connect and
Second.
second by Hadcock and Drews, so we got a second and a third. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Let's move on to item F.
So same continuance, because item F is associated with G.
Okay.
So it would be requested that that get continued as well to the September 16th Board of
Thank you, Ms.
Commissioners.
President. We have a motion by Hadcock,
Second.
second by Ross Connect. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item G. Okay, now, item G, we've had this discussion on this item several times, and so I'm gonna allow for Cody to be available for questions we have. He can just give a brief summary of what we're talking about, and I think everybody's done some due diligence on this. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 speaker request forms on this item, and all 6 are opposed to this item. I don't have any that are for it, and I wanted to give anybody who wants to speak for it the opportunity to speak within the first 2. Usually what we like to do is go opposed and for, so everybody gets an idea. So if you could just give us a brief summary, and then we will listen to the speaker request forms, Thank you, Cody. Just a brief summary, so we.
Cody Saxon, your planner. Item 14G is mining permit COMP 25-0001. It was continued from the July 1st, 2025 Board of Commissioners meeting to allow commissioners the chance to go out and do a site visit in person. The applicant and landowner is, or the applicant is 63 Industries, Clyde Lip. He's in the audience, and the landowner is Mule Ear LLC. He is also in the audience. Basically, what they're proposing to do is they're proposing to do a sand and gravel mine on this property in this northeast quarter of the property. They have indicated that it's only going to be for 4 or 5 years. Their mine license and their application that they submitted shows it going to 2025. They're proposing to go down anywhere from 14 to 40 feet. Again, they've indicated the depth's only 14 feet, but they've indicated on an application that it's 40 feet. The applicant would be able to explain that discrepancy better than I would. Staff is recommending denial of mining permit COMP 25-0001, as is not in harmony with existing land use or future land uses, lacks adequate access and infrastructure, and impacts to water quality are undetermined.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Yes, Commissioner Ross, can I?
Before we get too deep in the woods, could you explain the difference between a permit for what they're asking and hard rock mining?
So hard rock mining and so 320 covers aggregate mining, which would be, like in this case, sand and gravel. Hard rock mining is more like your harder metals, like gold mining. That currently doesn't have an ordinance in the county. So mainly with sand and gravel mines, you have, depending on, they're not proposing any blasting, but you could have blasting, crushing, excavating, those types of activities on the site.
Okay.
Thank you. That's a good exercise. So I am going to go randomly through the speaker request forms, and I think that if we could just be cognizant of each other's timelines, and if we're reiterative of the same points, just, concur or whatever, and try to limit your conversation to less than, like 3 minutes or less, just so we can be cognizant of each other. If you need to go over, then I understand that too. So, and we're going to start with Kevin, and I think your last name on here, Lage, is that correct, or is it Lase, Kevin? You'll be the first speaker. So if you want to come forward and tell us who you are. And I think we also have a Zoom person.
That was me, but I came in person.
Oh, you
Thank
did?
you.
Oh, so.
No, I'm not going to duplicate.
Okay,
I'm Kevin Case.
Okay.
I'm representing Douglas School District, CASE, and I'm also a homeowner at 15024 225th Street, and my wife and I are also a business owner at 15024 225th Street with Case Place Airbnb. So I just come to you today. You've seen correspondence from my wife and I 2 or 3 times on this topic. I want to just share a couple thoughts. One is, I think as I look at the work that we're trying to do as a school district in Box Elder, one of the things I look at is we're trying to be very intentional about the work we're doing. We're trying to be very intentional about the growth that we have. And I think as a commission, looking at this and trying to figure out, does this align with what we're trying to do in Box Elder and what we're trying to do as far as growth looks like? I think that's an important question to ask. I think having a gravel pit within a mile of the city doesn't make any sense. I don't think it aligns with the growth that we're trying to have and what we're trying to do with our community and making it family friendly. The second issue I'll talk about is the financial implications of this. If we just use $400,000 as my home's value at the present time, basically there's numerous white papers that say if you're within 2 miles of a gravel pit, you're going to see a 15 to 20% decrease in the value of your home. That is not something that's acceptable for me. for somebody to come in and change the use in the area. That was not there when we bought the home. So I look at purchasing a home at $400,000 and I turn around and I get a sell it for $320 because no one wants to live in that area. I think that's major impact as from a homeowner perspective. Secondly, as a school superintendent, when the valuation of the houses in the area go down, that means I get less money to work with for our school district. So those are, I'm not going to speak to other issues. I'm going to speak to those two issues. So I'll let others speak to, there's a number of other issues that are there. So thank you for your time, and I encourage you to oppose this.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the time to come down. I know that everybody's busy, so. Dean Hedrick, I know you're here. I seen your hat over there. So you're the next guy to speak, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Dean Hedrick, I am a builder developer in Box Elder. I've spoken with you before. I'm also the Vice Chairman of Single Family Builders for the United States, and I sit on the state and local subcommittee with legal on a national level. But I wanted to talk to you to reiterate a point. I had spoken last time about the NAHB studies that housing assessments are 15 to 20% less. There are about 235 homes that we count within that 1 mile radius. And I'm very proud of the fact that commissioners, as you are, you have trust what we say, but verify the information. And I've spoken with Shannon Rittberger, Director of Equalization, said that there were commissioners went down and were asking him about that statistic, to which he responded, I have no comparison. A house in Creekside and a house next to this will appraise for the same value because we use the same parameters and location isn't a value. He said, but I guarantee I would rather own a home in Creekside than I would next to a gravel pit. Okay? My concerns as a builder developer is that little jaunt out on the top above the subject property is a 9-acre parcel of land that I own. And the company that I work for and I are intending on making a housing community out of it, as called out for by the most recent housing study that the federal government provided in support of the B-21 bomber, making cottage homes. But we need to not be building 50 or 60 homes that close to a gravel mine. So I have an economic impact. I also have a personal impact because I own a home on that property already, and I'm concerned about the devaluation there. But my biggest concern is we've been talking about this for several months now, as a commission, as individuals, and I don't know, I'm just simply going to propose a question. I don't understand what we are missing. Your own planning commission is telling you no. It's not compliant, it's not conformant, the roads won't support it. The school district in Box Elder has given you a unanimous resolution. The city of Box Elder has given you a unanimous resolution opposing this. You've talked with the realtor representatives, you talked with home builder representatives. Everybody says no. And yet here we still are in August one more time, kicking the can down the road, talking about it. I don't understand what it is we're missing, what information you guys need or do not have to be able to make a once and final decision on that. And with that, I'll leave myself open to questions or simply say thank you for your time and consideration.
Mr. Chair. And I think that, Mr. Rosknecht, did you want to?
So have you literally been to the site where this crusher would be?
I live on that site. I live right north of it, and I have been there. I have walked the property.
So you've been to the site?
I have been to the site.
Crushers, and when you're at that site where the crusher would be, what do you see? Can you see the homes from there?
I can see the homes from there, yes, I can. I absolutely can. And I also am concerned about the natural water drainage in the bottom because I don't see a WOTUS study anywhere, Waters of the U.S. How is this affecting the water drainage, the water supply? If it's available, I have yet to find it. But yes, I can stand on the property and look to my houses that we're building to the west, and I can see my house to the north.
So when you were on the property, did you go by yourself or were you accompanied by the folks that want to put the gravel quarry there?
No, I simply have driven around the property. I've been to the corner where they propose that they're going to start the work in the northeast corner. So yes, I have been there.
I know a lot of people have been, they've drove around the property. I'm just saying, have you literally got into the middle of the property on the 640 where that gravel quarry could possibly be.
I have not been to the middle of the property. I did have,
And
not
I-
have permission
that's
to be there.
what the
But
point
that's
that-
where, that's where the existing dam is. The stock pond is right down in the middle center of the property, yes?
Because if I recall, if from the roads where that proposed quarry would be, there's a drop in elevation of 40 to 50 feet. And it's my understanding that if you're down there, you're not going to be able to see, the residents aren't going to be able to see the crusher, and if you're at the crusher, you're not going to be able to see the residents, for the most part. And this is just my observation from what I've been told.
Any other questions? I think, Dean, I think that, I'll just want to answer one of your questions. I think that a couple of the commissioners last time felt they needed to get back out there and take another site. You know, I can tell you, I was ready to make a decision then. I made a site visit with the owner, and I went to the site, so I went to actually where the crusher will be located. So
I
just to-
have not been down to the
Right.
bottom.
And
of
that
the
we
hill.
wouldn't expect that you
No.
had, because
No.
then you'd be trespassing.
You
So
bet,
we'll get that.
but I can tell you, I don't need to be to the bottom of it to know that the dust and the noise and the road traffic will still affect us.
I just got a question for you. How many
Yes.
homes have you built in Box Elder?
At this point, they're in Liberty Park subdivision, which is adjacent on the west. We are up to 87.
87, okay.
Oh,
His company has built 87 homes there. So, I'm gonna move on to the next. Appreciate it.
thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Myron
Man.
Man. See, and I know Myron, I'm sorry, Myron, I should have known better, but it looks like a U to me on there. I just was reading it, and showing it to Jerry to make sure it wasn't just me.
Your writing is as good as mine.
Did you say you know me, Ron?
Yeah, I've met you before, Myron. I just.
From where?
I don't know, maybe, you know, at the.
I guess
bar, casino.
sorry, I'm drawing a blank. It's what happens when you get old. I'd like to
I
thank.
met, maybe, is your son Guy?
No, no relation.
You're related to them?
No.
Okay.
I come from down between Winter and
All right, I
Valentine.
guess it's my unfortunate ability. I haven't had a chance to meet me, but now you get the pleasure, so. Myron,
Okay.
go ahead, sir.
I'd like to thank the commissioners from going out there looking and doing their due diligence. I don't, like what Dean said, I don't know why we're still here. Your planning commission has denied this. It doesn't check the boxes to fit into the ordinance. That, I don't know whether you're the commission that wrote the ordinance or your predecessors.
I think, and I'll just, because this question keeps coming up, there's opportunity for any landowner, anybody, whether it be you or
Right.
whoever, have the chance to appeal any of the, it's called a variance basically, or I think this one's a use on review maybe, and it allows the landowners to say, hey, you guys take a second look at it, because of the, the republic that we're in that allows people to have those rights, so.
Okay.
It's basically their constitutional right, so.
Okay,
Make sense?
yeah,
Okay.
it does. You know, we're on a.
Nope.
school
I understand,
bus.
but we do understand the
That
rhetorical part
it's a
of your question.
process, and you gotta trust the
Right.
process.
Correct.
On whatever you're doing, is what you're trying to tell me.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, we're on the same page now. It's a school bus route. That corner from the interstate underpass down around there to 14, 16, you can't hardly meet two pickups and horse trailers on there being safe on a dry road. I can't imagine what it would be in the wintertime with a school bus and a gravel truck meeting there. I mean, you're gonna kill somebody on there. It's dangerous, and I don't even know how you would fix that, without destroying two people's properties, and then again, we're back to property rights. It's close to town, it doesn't fit the area. I mean, we had a PFAS report put together by a neighbor of mine that's an engineer, works at the South Dakota Cement Plant. Every one of you got a copy of that and found the dangers of PFAS being dug up, sprayed up, whatever. You say that it's cleaned up. It could be cleaned up where I'm standing, not where you're sitting, Ron. And we say we're going 14 feet, but we got it approved to 40 feet of the mining permit. We say that it's for 5 years. We have an approval for 40 years. You know, all these open-end deals makes a difference on this process, on this deal. Yeah, if it's a 5-year deal and it's said and done, but that's all the permit's for, that's a whole different deal than a 40-year one. So does anybody have any questions?
Anybody have any questions up here?
Mr. Chair, so
Commissioner Roskinek.
what would you like to see done with that property? Obviously, it's not going to sit there, 640 acres, open meadow and dams. It's going to have to, something's going to have to be done with it, I'm assuming. So what do the neighbors want to see there?
I think the west side of it will probably go to be single-family houses. I think the east side of it will probably be 5 to 10 acre ranchettes, is what I would see. A lot of the bottom of it, I don't know what you're gonna do with that. It's a waterway, nobody can build a house down there. You can build some back into split levels back into the hill. I'm not a builder, or I'm not a contractor. I don't know how you would figure the roads out with that waterway, driveways and so forth. The bottom part of it down there, right where it connects to McGriff's, that can flood really bad. It's in a floodplain. You know, a lot of this property is not.
Mr. Mann, I'll help you out here a little bit. Cody, can you give us what the comprehensive plan is? This is what the future of the county has decided for the future of this property would look like. One of the reasons we do comprehensive planning is to give people an idea when they move into an area what they can expect. So what is it zoned as?
So, Cody Sachs, senior planner. The future, so this property's within the 3-mile platting jurisdiction of the city of Box Elder. So if this was ever platted, not to speak for Box Elder, but it'd fall under their subdivision regulations. We currently have it as rural residential, which is 3-acre lots. The new comprehensive plan went into effect at the end of July. So the whole lot's rural residential, 3-acre lots. The city of Box Elder is currently working on changing their future land use plan, and I believe it has those as rural, like a rural type residential, and then a mixed use, which I believe, if I remember correctly, is a mix of like small commercial. Most mixed uses are like small commercial, like shops and stuff that would support like a neighborhood and like restaurants and different things, and then like residents.
Okay. Does that help answer that question a little bit?
Would it be safe to say that no matter what type of development there's going to be, that there's going to be a significant amount of excavation for roads?
I would say there would be for roads. I don't think there has to be for the building.
Yeah, I don't know. That was just a question.
Did you come out and look at the property?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mann.
Anything further?
Pardon?
Any further questions?
No further questions. I think you did what you needed to do, or gave your feelings on it, and we'll move on to the next one.
And I would like to thank the opposition on this, because I've lived out there since '92. This deal has turned us into a community out there that was never there before.
Okay.
Which I really do have to thank you guys for bringing this up and being opposing sides. Win, lose, or draw, you have turned us into a community. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Tracy. Lar? Hi, Tracy. Do you want to come forward and pronounce your name, tell us where you're from, and then just give us your what you're here for, please?
Sure. My name is Tracy Layer. I live right across the street from this subject property on 225th on the north side. I oppose this for all of the reasons that everybody else has said, for property values, safety issues, the wildlife, all of it. At the last meeting, someone had said that if people knew that there was going to be this mining issue, that maybe people wouldn't have purchased their home where they did, you know. My husband and I are two of those people. If we would have known of this issue, we wouldn't have purchased where we did. And so we did purchase our home about 5 years ago. And just because of the fact that it's empty land, you know, we figured there would be housing out there eventually. But we never thought there would be a gravel mine right across the road from us. And also at the last meeting, Cody had stated that 151st Street measures 21 feet across. 225th, where I live, measures 19 feet from white line to white line. And I don't know much about this, but just driving around looking in Rapid City, streets are a little bit wider, it seems like, you know, because where we live, we don't have shoulders or sidewalks on the road. It just drops off. But I bet someone that lives in Rapid City, with the distance of the road and a sidewalk on both sides, is probably further away from their neighbor across the street than I am from this property across the road. And so I would ask each one of you, would you want this right across the street from your house? And if this goes through, it affects my husband and I's enjoyment of our property and also our quality of life out there. So, thank you for
Any
your
questions
time.
for Ms.?
The only question, when you sit across the street, just a ballpark from your home to where this potential quarry could be, how many feet would that be?
Cody, could you bring up another map? I'll show you where I live.
I can do a different one too.
I live right here.
Okay, and
But I can see it because when they park that piece of equipment, you can see it.
okay, so the center of that 640 is roughly 2,800 feet from where you pointed where your house is, if I did my math right. So I just want to say, when you
Probably
say
like
across the
2
street,
blocks
it's,
away. 2 blocks away, maybe, down the street, you know.
I believe the proposed quarry is going to go, at least the first phase, 10 acres is going to go in the middle of the, and I can ask the applicants when they get out there, but I think that's my understanding.
And that land it does sit higher than where I am, because when that piece of equipment was up there, I could see it. And regardless, you know, there would still be big berms there, you know.
Right.
So I don't really, you know, want to look at a giant berm across the road from my either. And the way that the wind blows in Box Elder, you know, in the summer, unless it's really hot out, I like to keep my windows open, so I'm not running my AC unit all the time. I like to sleep with the windows open. And with the way the wind blows, that would be an impossibility for me.
Okay, I'm just trying to
No,
get
I'm
all
just saying.
the
Yeah.
facts, so appreciate your
Thank you.
coming up and speaking.
Any more questions, or I'm going to move on to the next speaker? We're getting down to the last couple of them. Mr. Olivier, Randy, I know you're here, seeing you here. You got a big suit on today. Okay. You're trying to fool us, huh?
I have a little slideshow. I'm a
Okay.
visual guy. so-
Okay, all right. Did you create the slideshow, or did you?
I did.
Yeah? Do you want to work with Deb on using these computers up here, because she's.
I do not.
Jeez. Randy? I'm not the one that had the problem with the computer earlier, though.
All right, all
Very
right.
proud of you.
I'll never admit it.
Old school.
Okay, here we go.
Hard
Get Randy, your friend
Or
away
you
if you
do-
can,
Yep, left and right.
you know, be cognizant of everybody's time. I got a couple guys that need to get out of here, so.
Randy Olivier, 22480 Antelope Creek Road.
Thank you.
So I'm a professional commercial and residential broker for the region. Have done that for 12 years. Currently work for Remax Advantage in Rapid City under Kelly Howie's umbrella. I wanted to put a slideshow together just to kind of reiterate what we've talked about over and over. I don't know how it can be more clear than this slideshow, so we'll just run through this. Box Elder City Council, Chamber of Commerce, Douglas School District, all voted unanimously against this. They're governing bodies. We elect a lot of those people, well, all of them, right? Just like we elect you, as your, Pennington County elects each of you. The introduction of the gravel mine, I'm just going to roll through this. It would allow an initial 20 years. The community interest is no thank you. The controversy and impact affect the health, safety, and well-being of the neighborhood residents and school-aged children in the city and county, coupled with the environmental and social impacts of the gravel mining operation. It also violates an ordinance that you guys have in place currently, so it would have to be a variance for you to say, hey, I'm for this gravel mine. You would have to make that a variance. The Douglas School District, I included their names. They all opposed it. I asked a couple of them to come. Kevin Case is here. He's not, he is the superintendent. These guys have jobs. They wish they could be here. Tuesday mid-morning is tough for a lot of them. That was adopted May 27th. The Chamber of Commerce unanimously opposes the mine use. I tried to call some of those guys. They're all busy. They have jobs. They're in Sioux Falls. They're doing jobs, but they've opposed this. So I don't think their presence is necessary for you to see this resolution was adopted June 1. Pennington County staff and commissioners, the staff recommends denial, and the planning commissioners agreed in a 5-2 vote opposing the conditional use permit on June 23rd. And then here's the city council. I see a couple of those guys here today. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Mayor, for being here. Unanimous opposition. Pennington County's future land use, the first amendment was April 9th. The first reading and final approval was June 17th and July 24th, where you've moved this to rural residential, which does not require city utilities, if I understand that. Is that correct?
Cody.
You have your own water source, your own sewer, septic.
Cody Stack, Senior Planner. Yeah, so rural residential generally has private on-site wastewater and water. I do believe there's a few areas closer to town that are rural residential that might have some sort of hookup, but generally speaking, it's private well and on-site wastewater systems.
Okay. So there is no need to hold this until the city brings utilities because it's currently coded rural residential. Some of the land uses for the city of Box Elder, none of them include heavy industrial use, even if the subsequent use would be rural residential. It's not an if-then statement. If we get done mining, or if the city comes with utilities, then we'll convert it to rural residential. The city of Box Elder opposes that. Potential impact on local ecosystems and wildlife, we understand it will be developed, that it will fit the needs of the community. Rural residential fits really well here. Dean Hedrick talked about the tighter community, where you have smaller acreages. This would be larger. But some of the effects, air and water quality risks, I'm not an expert on any of this, but I do know it blows in Box Elder. And I do know there's no amount of water that I can put on my stuff sometimes, and I might have a little gravel driveway, and that gravel road creates a lot of dust by itself. In spite of what the counties try to do to mitigate that, there's always dust. The health and environmental impact, the noise pollution, the dust pollution, it doesn't matter if you can see it or not. From my experience, when I started 12 years ago as a broker, I would have other agents, and Ron, you're an agent, they would call me, and maybe you have this too, maybe you don't. They would call and say, hey, Randy, what have you got? From, say, Colorado, another agent. And then they would find out that Box Elder 12 years ago had this stigma, trailer parks, run down. I'll look anywhere but Box Elder. I'll look anywhere but Box Elder. And so I think the mayor and his crew, his staff, his planning and zoning, the council, they've done a great job cleaning a lot of that up. But I think it comes back to the question, does this stigmatize the city as a heavy industrial use to the direct east of her and where the growth will occur naturally, right? There's not a line, you can go north a little bit, then you run into a lot of that hillside. So this is the natural growth is here, as well as the south side that Kelly Howie and his crew have 1,200 acres to the south that they're developing. That's another area for box elder growth. But noise and dust pollution, I have school-age kids in my house. I see this property every day when I drive it. I live literally to the north. It just doesn't fit in what we thought we would do either when we built the house last year. And I've lived there since 8. Saved our nickels, Ron, and built the house.
Yep.
So somebody else asked earlier, would you want this in front of your house? And Jerry said he's got one close to his house, but he's okay with it. So I think it's the location that really is the issue, is in the safety, health, and well-being of the residents. It's just much greater here than a less dense population area. Potential effects, the property value concern that Kevin brought up, that Dean Hedrick brought up to 20% in nearby residential areas. It's not what your house is worth now, it's what it's worth when you try to sell it. And we got these airmen coming in, and their turn is 2 years, so even a short-term mine doesn't work for them. They won't be able to sell their house when they're trying to leave for the price they bought it at potentially. The conclusion, the community has a lot of concern. We're unanimously opposed. The proposed heavy industrial use does not fit into the present or future use of the city or county plans. And then I wanted to point out the commissioner responsibilities. Some of your core responsibilities include engaging with the public and incorporating their feedback into decision-making processes, which I think we've done thoroughly. I think you've listened. Thank you. Creating, implementing, and following policies and ordinances to address county needs. Today you talked about a dead-end road with 40 properties. Does that make sense? So you'll look at it again, right? But right now, your current ordinance says, no, we're violating it. And then ensuring the safety and well-being of the residents. We've got an 18-year-old daughter that drives this road. We've got school buses up and down it. I don't know what else you guys need, like Dean said. What else do you need from us on this side of it? It's not a line of sight. It's the location. It's too close to this residential rural community. So I would ask you vote your conscience and vote what your ordinance says, follow your policies. That's all I ask.
Thank you, Mr. Olivier. Do we have questions for Mr. Randy?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Roskinek.
Being a realtor and
Sure.
being an appraiser,
Yeah.
when you say 15 to 20% loss in value, you're not going to find an appraiser in South Dakota that will sit there and say that without having the factual data. And
Sure. And we can't proof it, right? Because we don't have the proof in place, but we have white papers from across the country that Kevin Case had mentioned.
The point that I'm making is that, they called me years ago, Hoggle Broadcasting put a tower up in southwest Rapid City, and the whole neighborhood wanted to sue them. And there's no way that any appraiser could sit there and make a definitive answer that this is going to decrease your value by 5%. I mean, the study itself it'd be thousands and thousands of dollars. But the point is after the tower was built and a year later somebody came in from California, they didn't even see that tower. They never even noticed that tower. So the loss was nominal. I'm just using that for an example.
Sure, but the dust does, the tower doesn't create dust and noise.
Randy, there's no need to comment.
Oh, I'm
on
sorry,
that.
sher.
No, we'll move on. I guess I see where
I
everybody's going
understand.
with this. What the reality is,
Yep.
we all know that the white papers are written.
Okay.
And I've been on, seen several of those, but if, any more questions that are relative to Mr. Randy?
Thank you, guys, I appreciate it, and Ron, I would like to visit
I'm gonna
about
go on
appraisal
to
stuff
the,
later, another date.
Thank you, sir, for
Thank
showing
you.
up. I know, and I appreciate everybody's time frame. We're gonna go on to the distinguished Mr. Larry Larson, the mayor of Box Elder. And, I left you for last, Larry, because you're used to sitting through all these meetings and you had a lot of patience, and I wanted to make sure that anybody else that needed to leave could get out of here. So I appreciate your patience, and what your testimony today is important for everybody, important for the opposition, important for the people that you represent. But go ahead and state your name and who you are and whatever you need to say.
All right, thank you, Commissioners. Larry Larson, Mayor Box Elder. Everything has really pretty much been said that needs to be said as far as the opposition to this. The school obviously is opposed, Chamber of Commerce, the city of Box Elder. I've been mayor now for 10 years, and we have worked really, really hard at changing the image of Box Elder. We've cleaned up a lot. People didn't want to move there before because of a lot of things. This is another one of those things that, can you prove that it's going to lower the value? No, but there's white papers, and I believe it will. There's people that will try to sell their houses, and they won't be able to sell them because of that. I think you need, as a commission, you need to look at who do you represent. You represent all of those people. You represent Box Elder too, really. And we're opposed to it, and we're working hard to do what's right for our citizens there and make the city a very positive place to be, where people say, wow, I want to come there. We want the base to be impressed with the area. And so, follow what your own rules and regulations state, that that's going to be housing. That's what we want it to be, is housing, mixed use. That's the only way we're going to go in that direction. So we just would appreciate you voting and representing the people in Box Elder.
Thank you, Mr. Larry. I'm gonna, if you don't mind, because you are the mayor, and people do need to understand that Box Elder is in the county of Pennington County. That's one of the reasons we're here. But if anybody has questions for Larry, I go to open it up for questions or.
Mr. Chair, the only thing, Larry, that I'm looking at, and I tried to be the devil's advocate, just look at both sides. We all know that Ellsworth is gonna need a significant amount of concrete, that, there's a major expansion. And if I got my facts right now, where one of the quarries, I inspected that quarry, it'd be 10.76 miles of truck traffic from that quarry to Ellsworth. If this was here for 4 to 5 years, you could reduce that to 5.81. So what I see is 5 miles not being, saving 5 miles of truck traffic and congestion. I mean, this is what I'm trying to figure out in my head,
It might save by 5 miles to the developer and the person that owns the gravel pit, but you're still having the trucks come into Box Elder one way or the other. And the base is still going to get the gravel that they need to do whatever they need to do on the base. So that location, to me, just doesn't make sense. They can get it other places.
Thank you. Do you have any more?
Chair.
Hold on a second.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'm just going to make a comment that, I got like 2 or 3 phone calls related to that topic about the gravel will support the base, and, I didn't follow up on it, but I'm told the contracting office out at the base says they have their needs met.
Yes, they do.
Okay.
So, thank you. Commissioner Hadcock, you had a question, and let's keep it to Mr. Larson, because then.
Not really a question, but Mr. Larson's right on the image that they're trying to portray and what they move forward. I've been working with Mr. Larson for a while on Box Elder and with some of the roads with the highway department and other areas. The cleanup has been tremendous, and what has happened in the last 10 years in Box Elder is amazing. And this, I think, to move forward with this on land use, we have to listen to the mayor, we have to listen to a man that's been around changing these areas in order to make Box Elder for health, welfare, or health, safety, and welfare for the people, all the people that live there. I think he's been fair and just with his decisions that he's made out there, and this is one, I believe at this point, that you're right. I'm not going to take that away from an area that just has been literally for the last 10 years putting their whole soul in this community to make it different. So I appreciate your comments today, sir.
All right, so, Mr. Drews, do you have anything to say, or?
I'm still, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm still of the opinion that the owners of the property also have property rights. I think this was the appropriate place to bring this, to try to follow through with the plan that they've had. And so I'm still waiting to hear more from the developers of the property.
Okay. And I've asked somebody to come forward. I mean, we'll give them that opportunity if they, I mean, when I started this, I asked if anybody else wanted to come forward, and nobody has, but I will ask one more time, if anybody from the other side, the developer, or anybody wants to communicate or have a conversation after Mr. Larry is done. Did anybody have any more questions from Larry? Mr. Larry?
Thank you, Larry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and we appreciate you being patient, and
Thank you, appreciate it.
appreciate you serving the community in Box Elder, and you have another, what, 3 or 4 years out there? 2 more years. 10 more years, Dean says, okay. All right, so I guess I'll leave it up to,
And we have a little bit of a presentation kind of.
oh, perfect, then let's do it. Let's do it, okay. Okay. I could have worked you in any time if I had been aware.
Well, it probably is more appropriate to kind of do it.
I might have
this
been
way.
on here, I'm still getting used to this wonderful program, I love it, but it's a big and beautiful program.
Okay. Already, good morning, Clyde Lip with 63 Industries.
What was that again, sir?
Clyde Lip with 63 Industries.
Can you pull that up, Clyde? You're really tall, and
Sorry.
a couple of us here can't hear
And
very
then
well.
like to thank the commission for giving us the opportunity to get up here this morning and actually give thanks to a number of you that took the time to go and do a little bit more further research and look into these matters a little bit more. Here's just a kind of overview of our plan here, and like we've kind of been speaking to the location of where the actual crushing operation is more located towards the center of this 640 acre parcel, which is 1 mile by 1 mile. So we're close to a half mile from either corner, essentially, with the location of it. Let's see if I can get this. Just kind of another overview of the plan and where we're looking to egress the property. We've had some further discussion with the Pennington County Highway Department, and the access off of 225 has now been changed to where it would be off of 151. So that exhibit there will have to be changed. Here's an exhibit of showing what the elevations are along 151 there. We've got about 3,120 feet where the access point would be off of there. Up at the corner of 225 and 151, we're at an elevation of 3,150. And the proposed site that we would be crushing at and setting up crushing and stockpiling would be at 3,100 feet. So we've got a pretty decent, elevation change from where we're sitting there. Here's a couple slides of what the existing topo of the property is right now, and that 3,100 range would be right in here, and most all of this is upwards of about 30 feet higher than that. And then we've got our slide of what the finished elevations of this would be to to slope all of this down and match in and maintain that drainage, natural drainage to the natural drainage of the property through there. Just some examples, I know we had a number of the commissioners come out to our existing mine site there and kind of see, these are the berms that we have in place at our current pit in Meade County, and they do a pretty decent job of blocking any site distance outside of the property. Just some ideas of, this was a newly reclaimed area on that property that we're currently mining in Meade County. Just newly seeded there. And then 1 year after, we've had some pretty decent moisture this year, so we're starting to get some good uptake on the seed. And then we're 2 years out, we've got everything back into pasture land. I think Commissioner Roshnet had mentioned this. We'd had this slide where we just kind of putting into perspective the difference of travel distance with trucking from our current pit now that we're operating in Meade County is 10.7 miles to Ellsworth Air Force Base, where all of the material that are going under all of the new hangar buildings, fuel dock, weapons buildings, all of these are coming currently out of that pit. If they were to come out of this property here, we effectively get a 5-mile reduction in travel time, which would be less truck traffic, a great reduction in material costs, because one thing that really isn't taken into effect here is we've got an initial material cost by cost, but the trucking a lot of times is as much or more than the material, so you can get a great savings on that. And this last slide that I kind of put together here is outlining a few projects that I know that are adjoining to this property, and kind of some of the back of envelope savings that I can project just in trucking cost alone to service these projects with material. I know Pennington County and/or Box Elder, whoever does the improvement of 225, that 1.5 mile stretch of road, I'm estimating close to $205,000 just in trucking costs alone that would be saved if it was serviced out of the pit area here. That same savings, because 151 would be a very similar scope of road improvement, would be there. The one project that we know has already been scoped and has been designed would be this sewer extension to come up and service this current area of Box Elder and any future development here. I'm looking at about $115,000 of savings in material that would be there just in hauling savings. And then I think I've misrepresented at least the location after doing some further conversation with people, but the new Box Elder proposed school, I am estimating like a 20,000 square foot structure. We'd be close to, just on the structure material alone, would be a $75,000 savings for material there on that project. So just to kind of put some of the, a little economics into it. I mean, because that is part of a decision too that needs to be made, is to look at the long-term economic impact that something like this would have on future projects. And this is just a handful of projects in this area. I know, talking with Pennington County Highway Superintendent Joe Miller, 1416 is another large project. I really didn't have a scope on what they're looking to do there, but I know that, I mean, with the close proximity of something like, a gravel source like this to that, major savings to a project like that. So.
Mr. Chair.
That's all. That's all. Are you done?
Yep.
Because I'm gonna open it up for questions for you. Appreciate that.
So I tried to get a hands-on to see, what a current operating quarry looked like. So I did go out to Meade County, met with Clyde.
Yep.
And he let me go through the quarry. In that particular quarry, I think there was 3 conveyors working that day.
We've got three crushers operating in that quarry right now, yes.
And if you were to go to this site by Box Elder, there'd just be one
Yeah,
crusher?
that would be running one, and that's.
But the point that I'm making, what's the subdivision to the east? Because I went in that
It's
subdivision.
called Paradise.
And
believe
I
is what it's
parked
called.
as close as, so I was literally on the edge of that subdivision, and I wanted to hear what the noise level was. So what would you say that distance was from that
You're-
subdivision to your?
You're probably a quarter mile on that one, because it's, that's not a full section, it's a half
13,
section.
20 feet.
Yep, 13, 20, yep.
And it was, with other noise, you always have other noise, it's not just gonna be, and I didn't consider the noise that I heard adverse, and that was with 3 crushers. And another point, when we were at that quarry, what would you say the elevation change was from that subdivision that you're talking about to where the crushers were? I mean, it's pretty level, isn't it?
Yeah, that particular area there, we're probably in that 25 feet, somewhere in there, yeah.
Anyhow, I appreciate actually going out there, seeing a larger scale operation go, but I was able to sit there and try to look at what the view would look like, or, what your stockpile, and try to get an idea what the actual noise was. And I think with just the one crusher, it would be significantly less, but thanks again for letting me go out there and look at that.
Thank you for
Chair.
taking your time.
Questions, let's keep the questions posed to Mr. Lip, right? Mr. Lip?
Yep.
Yes, thank you.
So, Mr. Lip, I also went out there with Cody, to make sure everybody knows what Cody and Jason, I asked them to come. No, I don't just listen to the staff, I just ask them questions about stuff that I have. Noise level, I didn't say, I don't think it was quiet. And I went to both sides, and then we couldn't go north, but we went south. If you went far enough to the south, of course, you couldn't see anything, but if you went to the west or the east, you can definitely hear it, and you can see the dust moving on that site, and it wasn't staying in place. My issue was, same thing of Pete Lean or anybody, that noise and the dust level. If you're doing like your own land where you're doing a quarry, I understood that, but I did see adverse areas from having a quarry right next to residential. The thing I'm worried about is having a fueling station, vehicle and equipment maintenance and cleaning area, equipment area and processing area, storage area on 2 areas that have major drainage areas on that property. Doing a filtering system, doing some other things where wetland is, that's a big concern for me. People know on infrastructure and drainage, take it from Pennington County, and residents having to deal with drainage from other entities, whether it be city or otherwise, has caused some major issues for us. So when I saw the 2 major drainage areas, and then I did, with Cody and Jason, drive around the property to make sure I saw on the residents from the north, the west, the east, and then, of course, the south. I understood, again, that it probably wouldn't be as bad. I don't know how far dust travels, but from what I've seen from your quarry there, it doesn't stay just in the quarry. So.
Depends on the winds that day, yep.
So, sir, for me, and then saying you're going to use a pond, using an unnamed drainage in order to, for the sediment and the different areas, you have 5.5 management of runoffs, the stormwater at 63 Industries. 225 pit will be contained on site using soil dams and site grading. Any runoff will be directed to soil dams and filtered through the soil dam in any area of vegetation before entering the unnamed drainage.
Yeah, I mean, and that kind of mitigation process, I mean, all you're dealing with that would be any kind of suspended solids, and soil dams and vegetative buffer are a very effective way of greatly reducing any kind of, solids that would be transferred to that.
Okay, but you have 2 major drainage areas, so how are you going to filter to the dust and the things that are coming off from that? It doesn't stop at because you have a berm around it, sir. From what I've seen from drainage, it follows the path of natural drainage, and you have 2 of them there. You also have a holding pond, it
One,
looks like.
one is active. Those other one that's dry. Every time I've ever been out there, it's always dry.
Okay, so from when I've seen it, those are concerns of mine from this operation. I don't know if we're going to speak again, but those are some things when I read through and saw on the property that concerned me that people are saying it's not that much of a deal. Dust and noise for me, I wouldn't live by it. I wouldn't live by a quarry. I wouldn't be a mile from a quarry. From what I've seen and what I've dealt with in the last 11 years, 18 years in politics.
Commissioner Hadcock, you asked a question
Sir.
earlier about,
Well,
here's my intention is.
I'm telling
would be
him
to-
why.
Yeah, to finish with him,
Yeah.
and then we'll move on and have our
Well,
comments.
it's not only
So-
that, I'm trying to tell them that from the dust that I've seen from other quarries and people living by quarries, it has nothing to do with you personally. It has to do with quarries and what is done. I'm not against mining, by the way. I'm against where we put it too close to areas, like if people lived there beforehand and then they said, okay, you need to get rid of this quarry, Mr. Lip, I would be like, you moved in the area, you got the quarry, they were there first. But when you move a quarry into a residential area, I think it's a little bit different for me. Because then you would be doing the, basically the dust, the operations, and the noise, sir. So I thank you also, Mr. Demersmith, for bringing me out to see Mr. Lip and see the property. I had to do my due diligence. Just because the planning commission tells me that we shouldn't do it, I have to trust but verify everything I do. I have to see what the other property owner has to say, and maybe I missed something from just the pictures. So that's why I didn't go with the first time we came up here. It's what I've always done. I have to see for myself, I have to investigate it, and make sure I'm doing due diligence for both sides, which I did. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Hadcock. And then let's keep our questions to Mr. Lip, and then we'll move on to our comments, please.
Mr. Chair.
I get Mr. Durant.
I don't have any questions.
You got a question?
No.
Oh,
I only,
you have a question for Mr. Lip? or-
yes.
Okay.
So hypothetically, if this was approved, what other steps, there's a lot more oversight, it's my understanding from the state regular, relative to a lot of safety concerns, pollution, whatnot. So
Yes, I
maybe you
mean-
could just kind of say, hey, this is what, this is only one step. The next step would probably be larger yet, dealing with the state and their requirements.
So our state mining permit was issued, but then we still have to pull our state dust, our air quality permit, which they will come in and dictate what we have to do there with water suppression systems on our crushing operations, haul road maintenance with, with watering and using mag flake or mag water to control dust on our haul roads. And then also, yeah, with just with the SWIPI, the stormwater protection plan in general, both the county and the state will have jurisdiction and dictate, some of the concerns with mitigation processes with that, absolutely.
So speaking of the dust control, that wouldn't be, water in that dam would not be used to suppress the dust, that would be?
No, because it is known that the surface water is already contaminated with PFAS. Actions in my plan were to either access or, obtain water from off-site. We've been directed to a water line that is right there on 225. There's numerous fire hydrants, and we would get a Jones valve permit and fill our water truck from those, because we already know that the groundwater or the surface water is contaminated, yes.
And the last thing that I wanted to bring up is the term. So it's my understanding that only 10 acres would be disturbed at a time, and before the next 10 acres was disturbed, the first 10 acres would be reclaimed?
It'd be kind of a turnover process, because you've got to generate the topsoil and the material, so the initial crusher site would be 10 acres. That initial site would be mined, and that material on that would be processed and mined. Then we would start on another 10 acres. So there would effectively be 20 acres open at a time. just because of the way the process has to work.
But maybe just an overview, the agreement with the landowner, it's my understanding it would not be more than 5 years. It could be less than 5 years, just so
Yes.
I'm straight on that.
Yes, I mean, because that was their intent from development. Yeah,
And
and there's been some confusion. I mean, I know a lot of the people opposing have brought that up with the extent of the mining permit. That was on the direction of the state. The state makes you pull a permit for 40 years because they just don't want to, their process, they want to open it and then it can be closed sooner than the time frame. That was on their direction, not on my direction.
One of the concerns I had was when I went out and took pictures with the wear and tear on 151 Avenue. So have you worked with our highway department to figure out how that's going to work?
Lyndon Bolt, my partner, has had extensive meetings with Joe
Lyndon,
Miller.
do you want to answer that question then for?
Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioners. Lyndon Bolt, owner of 63 Industries. I have met with Joe Miller and Sean at the Highway Department. Sean said he was going to be here today, but I don't see him. But
Right
either
there.
way.
He's right here.
Oh, excuse me, my bad. We're sitting in the wrong spot. But by talking with those gentlemen, they have projected to me, correct me if I'm wrong, that they would like to see this happen because they need the material sources from this gravel pit and the location of it. Location, location, location with gravel pits, okay? And with everything that they're doing on 1416 and possibly redoing the 151 and 225 later on in their plans, they would love to see this material source there because it helps save us money as taxpayers. We've talked a lot about that today, cutting budgets.
Does that answer your question, Mr. Roskinek?
Yeah.
We would have Sean come up and confirm, or either, whatever, confirm that conversation. We want to make sure we're right.
So what I heard is the Highway Department is supporting this project.
I'll let him answer that.
Sean Smith, Pennington County Highway Department. Our position right now is we're not taking a side one way or the other. If the material is there, absolutely, it's in a position where we could utilize it. But as far as us taking a stance on it, our main thing here is the 151 needs to be up to ordinance 14 standards. So.
All right.
I think that's a fair answer. Commissioner Durr and Commissioner Drews, do you guys want to ask any questions?
I don't necessarily have any questions. I just want to thank Lyndon and all of you, including Mike also, and Clyde especially, for the opportunity for all of us. That's the reason this meeting was continued, was to give the commission all an opportunity to go out and make the visits before they made a decision on it. So I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
And I want to say thank you to all of you for taking your time out of your busy days to go and investigate this and look at our pit and look at the project and really put your time and effort into it. I really appreciate that. That really shows South Dakota to me. Thank you.
Mr.
Yeah.
Chair.
Go ahead, Jerry.
Cody?
Commissioner Durr has a
I have
question.
no questions for them.
I do.
Cody.
No, oh, you have a
Go
question for
ahead.
them?
Yes.
Okay. We're going to go to Deb and then,
So Clyde, when I was visiting out there, the south part has actually got good gravel as well. In fact, it goes further down than just the property that is south of you guys. It actually goes across the street. Mr. DeBursman was telling me that gravel is very good gravel all the way to the south. So you got 10 acres, but to the south of you, there's actually some really good gravel as well on the same property. So am I correct in that, saying that?
It shows from the studies that have been done, the ground penetrating radar studies that were done on it. I mean, until the area has been potholed and investigated, I cannot speak to that. I mean, but it shows that it is. The interest of the property owner is to regrade that particular area to that northeast corner, because that is the area that has far more elevation repose and needs grading for kind of the master plan, I guess, of making it a more developable piece of property. That's kind of the direction that we were given.
And I appreciate that. And when I came out there, Mr. Clyde, you actually told me that you were taking water from the dam to do the property.
I guess
So-
I misspoke there, but
Yeah,
yeah.
because that's not something I'd make up, because that's what concerned me as well, because you and other people have told me the PFAS, and that dam was contaminated, and you were gonna take, I didn't say it at the time, I just listened and went, okay. And so with the drainage and everything else on there again, and you're gonna use the dam water, that concerned me as well, so.
No, the intent was to use
Okay.
I was already directed towards those hydrants up on 225.
Okay, and I appreciate that, because you had told other commissioner that you weren't going to use
Must have
it.
misspoke on something there, I don't recall that.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Thank you. Any other questions relating to this? Okay, if we have no other questions, I guess, appreciate everybody's time. I'd like to say most of the commission, or at least I'll speak for myself, I visited the site. Mr. Demersman took me to the site. It's a beautiful site, beautiful creek. I think, you know, obviously economics always weighs into the thing. You talk about property rights from both sides. So that's what we're considering here is the property rights from both sides of the object. You look at the economics. I think reality is, I think if someone could afford to keep it and have their grandkids fishing in it all the time, that would make the most sense, but that's not feasible. We get all that, so. That being said, I think we're gonna move on for a motion.
I think,
He wants to speak.
Oh, I'm sorry, you wanna speak? You go, or, I'm sorry, come on ahead.
Thank you, Clyde. Thank you, sir.
That'd be best anyway. We can direct questions right to you then.
Don't be scared by the stack of paper.
No, we're not. You'll go ahead.
Commissioner Hadcock, I agree with you on your praise of what Box Elder has done in the last 10 years. We tried to keep that piece of property in one piece so that Box Elder could do its planning, and what we are doing does not conflict with what the planning is that Box Elder is trying, and the sewer that will be developed in that section, the whole section 16, is 3 or 4 years out. I represented to you the last time I was in front of you that if the west half of section 16 received complete water and sewer, we knew whether that happened in 1 year or 5 years that we would be through. Our contract with 63 is for 4 years. Because of the concession that I made before you last time, if the development of Box Elder is much quicker than any of us anticipated and that sewer is completed, we knew that we would be reviewed. Box Elder has had access to that property, complete property, and I have given them access in every way so that we could assist in the development. And what we are trying to do does not conflict with their development and their development with the 3-year plan that Cody mentioned that the city has. They have, on the west half, much denser population that would be supported by sewer and water. When money went from 3.5% to 6%, or 6.5%, the possibilities of keeping it in one piece dissolved. There have been comments made about the loss of property value. I think those speculations, there are people in this room who have had a lot more experience on property valuation than the people who have spoken. And I have dealt with contract for deeds and the buying and selling of property since 1967 when I moved back to Pennington County. And I have noticed that when a community builds out, that 5 or 10 acre piece of property very rarely loses value. It increases in value. Does it cause change? Yeah, it causes change because people use their property. Property is developed, it's used. But I think you should take a grain of salt some of that information that you received. The property, if we could be closed down in 2 years. My contract is for 4 years. The development is not going to take place within that period of time. We agree with the development. We're not fighting it at all. But the government has done the testing that proves that we have that anomaly there of good gravel, that area of good gravel. I don't think that we could ever use anything that goes down further than what Commissioner Hadcock was talking about. And Commissioner Hadcock, you went up to Meade County and looked at an operation that is 5 or 6 times what would be opening up for our one crusher operation. And you saw the property yourself, and you saw the property yourself, and you saw the property yourself, that when you are where the operation is going to take place, where the crushing is going to take place, you can't see the homes that those people were talking about. Your elevation drop goes from, 51 feet from that corner, that northeast corner, down to where the property is. I realized there was somebody from the opposition that indicated that land was flat. It isn't flat. It isn't flat. There's approximately 50 feet drop, and there's approximately another 50 feet to the pond. There's been a lot of speculation on their part. My partner said that I was trying to be a hero, trying to keep that piece of property together. He said, we missed a lot of opportunities to sell pieces of that property. Well, the time has come, we've listed the property. We would sell it for less than the whole thing. And there's tremendous amount of speculation, but just think about all the things that these people say that could happen. I'm asking for a second look, the way Commissioner Waffenbach talked about. I think that with the second look from planning, I don't get that second look if I don't get 3 of you people voting for me here today. And I think the proper use of my property with the limitations that I've expressed publicly that I would accept for them to put on would indicate that we deserve a look. We deserve that planning and zoning understand with all the limitations that they would put on. We could make this work. Or you could kill us with kindness. You could say, does a chicken or egg come first? Yeah, we want you to improve those 2 roads, and then we'll let you. Then we will let you sell your aggregate to improve. The county needs a place, and I can't talk for the people that are crushing the rock, but I can talk for myself that if the county they need a place to save on their transport. And I'm in a position as a majority holder of Mule Deer that we could give them that place and save the wear and tear and have a stockpile where they're not paying between $5 and $7 more a ton to get it there. It would be there. And
Sorry, can I ask a question?
Would you entertain a question?
Sure.
Okay.
So here's the biggest problem for me, is would you want to live by an industrial use by your house?
You talk about industrial use, Commissioner. I want to talk about what you actually see and what you do
No, it's,
with that
sir,
drop of
Mr.
property.
Demersman, would you live by an industrial use property by your house? Whether it be 2 blocks, 3 blocks, or even half mile
When you
away?
say industrial use, do you want to be more specific? I would rather live in a great meadow with a great fishing pond right below.
Right.
And nothing around but orchards.
Well, I'm just
But it
asking you,
ain't gonna happen.
would you like to live by an industrial use?
By industrial use.
There's
that
many
I can't
industrial
even
uses.
see, that I can't even see, and it's dust control.
And you're okay with
I would
that?
rather not, but I sure would if it was beneficial for me or my neighbors.
Okay, that's what I need to know, thank you.
You know, there's been all these speculations and the fear mongering, and you have people that say, well, I have a business right there on 250, what is it, 252, and I have people come and stay at my property, and I love to see the cattle on the property. you're gonna see cattle on the property for the 4 years or 3 years if we get the permit. We need the permit, and then whether or not we can use it or not depends upon the limitations that are put on by planning and zoning. But I can't even get to that if I don't get 3 votes here. I can't even get the opportunity for them to do the review when they know more rather than all the speculation. Some of it created by people, when you see what the benefit would be to the school system, what the benefit would be to those people that can do mill levy, it makes you wonder about their position sometime. I received a couple days ago opposition to gravel mine approval due to PFAS groundwater contamination. I think there is groundwater contamination that on PFAS. I think they've found that there's some contamination going all the way to the Cheyenne River. But this is total misinformation. I don't know whether it is deliberate, it's a red herring, or whether it is just not understanding what the situation was. But it says here that the mine plans to use contaminated groundwater for dust suppression, possess a direct threat to creek traversing, blah, 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 cattle and all that. That has never been in the plan. It isn't in the plan. And in the end here, he said, groundwater, the proposed use of the water, the dust suppression, is environmentally irresponsible and poses unacceptable risk to public health, etc. Hey, all the cities in PFAS, it may not be lead and it may not be cyanide, but it ain't good. But this is a total misrepresentation because the groundwater and the surface water is contaminated. And I can dispute this by giving you what the Air Force has given me to show, and I think this is crucial, and got a new hip, not working too good. And it's important that you see this because not
Thank you.
only, is there one or two there? Would you give?
I will.
Commissioner?
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, a couple days ago.
Thank you.
The information and the speculation is not fair, and it is inaccurate. And the parties below me know and have known at some time that the McGriff property and we have known that there's a surface water contamination, at least since the studies they did in 2022. And it is confirmed in the later information that I just gave you. And the importance of that is, if I could find it, I give all my papers away. May I borrow that back? Thank you. The indication here, the two things are very important here. It indicates that they took samples. Besides cooperating with Box Elder, we've cooperated with Ellsworth Air Force Base completely. And the samples show, unlike this thing that was presented to you by someone saying the surface water could be contaminated, the surface water is contaminated. The surface water is contaminated. And the interesting thing here is that it shows, besides the contamination that they found in the mud and the water, the map will show that in 2 locations where they drilled looking for water, they went down 40 feet and made no contact with water. If you will look at the second page that I just gave you, you will see where they drilled. The pond is where they took the mud out and the water, and where they drilled indicates where they went down 40 feet and found no groundwater. Where you see the little yellow dot, that happens to be where the crusher's gonna be. I've taken so much of your time, but I am upset with some of the presentations, the speculations, the lack of knowledge, and those issues, whether it be dust or location, can be solved by planning and zoning. And I want that second shot that Commissioner Weifenbach talked about, of having them look over and seeing what the benefit is. Is there a benefit to me? Yeah, there's a hell of a lot bigger benefit in the cost of development in Box Elder and Ellsworth. So, commissioners, if you don't give us 3 votes, that's the end of this session. If you give us 3 votes, we may not be able, all I'm doing is trying to sell some quality gravel close in. If you say no, you're going to create a lot more costs in your public works and in your private development. And so I am asking that we have an opportunity for you to give us 3 votes so that we can have planning and zoning. They can kill us with kindness and make road requirements that we may never be able to meet. But if 63 people can meet with the highway people and planning and zoning, I think there's a possibility that they could be very beneficial to both sides, to the county and to us. Thank you very much for your time.
Mr. Chair.
Yep.
Okay.
You have a question for?
No.
Nope, okay, you're fine.
I'm ready to move on. I mean, this is my district, and I would like to speak a little bit.
Okay.
And so Cody, come on up.
Yep.
Pull up the map of the gravel pits in the county since ordinance 320. And my question that when Mr. Lipp provided those pictures and stuff of their existing gravel pits, was that part of our packet?
I don't believe it was part of the packet, but I do, Cody Sack, senior planner. Jason took all those pictures. Those have been uploaded into this file, so I can pull them up if the commission would like to see the pictures that we took on the site visit.
Pull up that map. Would you explain what that map is?
So this is a map of current gravel and sand mining operations in Pennington County. This one is Western Construction. This is all under the new 320 zoning ordinance. This is Western Construction, which was done a couple years ago, and this was Pete Lean probably 3 or 4 years ago. This one is a current, it's in violation. It's currently operating as a mine without a mining license.
Okay, so when we looked at the map, the one that is down on the Keystone, that is one that is permitted with the state but not licensed with the county.
I believe so. I'm not 100% familiar with what permits they have. I want to say that they might have the state permit. They just never got the county
They never
permit.
came to the county. That would be in Roskinex district, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you look at the map there and you look at, since we implemented ordinance 320 along with our other ordinances, there's been no gravel pit operation in basically a residential area. And so the one proposed going in here would be the first one going into a residential area since changing and implementing ordinance 320.
Correct.
Correct? Okay. So we've listened to, and again, getting back to it, this is my district. We've listened to everybody that, I believe anyway, government is best represented at the local level. And so the people in Box Elder in that community, through the school board, through the Chamber of Commerce, through the city council, everybody living in that area and associated with that area, from, one level all the way up to, from the individuals living there to the governing bodies, have said, we don't want this. And to attack those individuals and say that they're misinformed, they're misrepresenting, they're creating fear-mongering, I take that as an insult against those people in the community. And so it's quite take away what has been said by the individuals, take away, the opponents and the other side of it. This is in non-compliance with multiple county ordinances, and it just doesn't fit, the location doesn't fit. And so, I've written a memorandum on this. We've had plenty of public comment on this. I'm going to respect both sides, but I'm looking at the facts as presented, and I'm going to go with the planning department's recommendation and that of the planning commission that this is a no-go. And so I'm going to make a motion to deny with prejudice mining permit COMP 25001 as it is not in harmony with existing and future land uses, lacks adequate access and infrastructure, and impacts to water quality are undetermined, in addition to the fact that it's in non-compliance with county ordinance.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to deny. Do we have discussion on the motion?
I do.
Okay.
So I did go out to Meade County, as you know. I did do due diligence to go around the property to see the residents' concerns. I also, what concerned me the most, and I do have a sister no longer with us, but was a geological engineer and taught me all about drainage and infrastructure and the effects of what could happen. So my biggest concern is the pollutants with a special flood hazard and floodway on that property. Also, I also believe in harmony with what's in the area. It's not even close. I've never put, and you probably figured that out by what you just saw and Jerry just showed, by not putting crushing or gravel pits next to residential areas. Why that is because there is noise, there is pollutants that come off of the dust. And I myself, I'll just be up straight, if you ask me personally, I wouldn't live next to an industrial area. I also respect the mayor and the residents out there that have made a difference in Box Elder, and I've lived here all my life. And actually, I was born at Ellsworth Air Force Base. The hard work it took to put where they are and put in place what they're doing out there, wow, it's been amazing. And Pennington County was help in that process to do that, to make sure the water and the roads and the infrastructure in there was so they could move forward. So to put an operation like an industrial operation next to residential, it's not in the best interest of health, safety, and welfare for the people out there. I had to see it for myself, and I needed to listen to the other side as well, to be fair and just. I also have concerns with how much money I keep hearing that this is going to bring, that the interest on it is 6% instead of the 2.5%. Well, I'm not about the money. I'm about doing what's right for people. I like making money as well, but I also look about both sides. They both have what we call property rights. But when I've always said, when I'm making a decision, if your property right is affecting somebody else's in a negative way, then that property right is going to make my decision in the bottom line to make sure that the property rights are considered on both sides. So for me, again, the dust, the noise, the industrial use, the harmony of what that has, the infrastructure, the biggest thing that I looked at when I was with Mr. Demersman is the water. And where that water is going, and that there's two major drainage areas there, and what that water could do to affect future with dust or sediment or other areas. And wetland. We have considered in our county over and over again that wetland, and asked Brittany, because I went on her riparian and all her areas of looking at what wetlands have been covered and what has happened to wetlands from industrial use or from just contamination. So for me, I appreciate both sides waiting for me to look at what I was supposed to look at. I don't do by speculation. I don't guess by speculations. I listen to people smarter than me What could happen, I don't guess what could happen, I've seen what was happening. I've seen what industrial, I was the chair of the 320 ordinance, by the way, and learned everything and anything you have to do. And Mr. Lip, you did have to go through a big process for that mining permit, and I respect that, sir. It is. But that doesn't mean that that doesn't happen. It's shown over and over again. Even I talked to Pete Lean and other people, that contaminant does happen. Whether you try it your best not to do it or not. And in this case, that contaminant could affect many residential areas out there. So mine isn't speculations, it's not something that could happen. It's from experience in watching in the areas that I have dealt with in the last 18 years in politics. So again, I did my due diligence. I know people were kind of upset that I had to go see it for myself.
No.
But that's what I do. So I have to, because I have to give the due diligence to the other side as well. I thank them for all their information, but I also have to make a decision that's based on facts as well. So thank you.
You do have more comments, or?
My only comment, Mr.
Commissioner Roskinek.
Chair, is that there could have been more transparency and communication between the two groups from the very beginning. Just, I see a little bit of lack of communication, and I think there wouldn't be this, where we're at today if, I think folks are scared, and I understand that, but it would have been nice if more of these neighbors could actually bet on the land and get right down to where this was. And like we did a personal inspection, so, that's my 2 cents worth.
So did we
Thank you.
before me to?
Commissioner Scott.
Sorry.
Thank you, Commissioner Roskinek. Commissioner Drews, do you have something to say?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I agree with Commissioner Roskinek. I think there could have been better communication on it, but that's not maybe any different than a lot of the other things that come before us. But it would have been nice that, the facts become facts instead of some of it being untruths and not really factual information. So I appreciate all the work that's gone into this to get to this point, and I would agree with Mr. Dimmersman that he can't continue to move forward without 3 positive votes today. Thank you.
Thank you. Cody, can you give us an explanation of what we're dealing with as a permit? Is it, why does it not fit for this particular situation? I mean, if it, because basically, if I had some land and I wanted to open a gravel pit, and what condition would it be that I could do it in? Would it be the zoning that's?
So, mining permits are conditional use permits in all zoning districts, so they're not a use by right, even in industrial, you have to get a conditional use permit.
I can't hear you very well.
Sorry. You have to get a conditional use permit for a mining operation in any zoning district. Currently, the ones that we have, their current land use is agriculture, and their future land use is agriculture. So when you look at mining operations, and generally like where they are even before 320, they're in ag properties. Because their future land use is also ag, they're very rural compared to properties around them. So when it's a conditional use permit, we have criteria in our ordinance that the Board of Commissioners have approved for us to review, for the Planning Commission to review, and for you guys to review, or the board to review. It doesn't seem to meet those criteria. Based off of that, based on public health, safety, and general welfare, that road just doesn't meet standards. And
On a conditional use permit, us as a commission are here to decide if that fits in this conditional use.
Correct.
Maybe I'll defer to Brittany on this one since she's the boss lady, to make sure that we get I don't want to put anybody on the spot here, so. We're looking at a conditional use permit, either it's moving forward or it's not moving forward. And so the commission is gathered here to look at like a property rights issue. You got both sides, and then you got a conditional use permit, and that's what we're deciding. And the planning, your department's saying this doesn't fit, correct? And so I'm trying to give everybody a broad view of how a conditional use permit works. We're here to make that decision because you guys have made the decision that it's denied, so Mr. Demershman and his group is exercising their opportunity to say, hey, take another look at this, and that's what we're doing right now, right?
Correct.
Okay.
So Brittany Molitor, Planning Director, just a brief and just to kind of piggyback on Cody. The mining permit is a conditional use permit. A conditional use permit is something that basically is a variance, in a sense, I guess, to the allowed uses that are in a district. So mining is allowed with a conditional use permit, actually in agriculture and industrial.
Would it be allowed in a residential area?
It would not be allowed in a residential district. Our future land use, when this application was applied for, the future land use at the time was agriculture. Currently, under the new future land use that was adopted on July 23rd, it's rural residential. And so when you look at conditional
You do a
uses.
future land use proposal, do you get interjection from the surrounding landowners and the taxpayers in that vicinity?
So what we look at when we update the future land use map is we look at the surrounding land uses that are currently in the area at the time that we are making the updates and the changes. We look at the infrastructure that is in place at the time when we make those proposals. So what we did with that one is that most of the uses in that area were large lot residential type uses. That seemed to be the direction, so that's why that was changed to that. But at the time of the application, it was agriculture.
Right, so that's, what, during that process, is it a public process that changes that land use, or is it just, we're just gonna change this?
It is a public process. We did have public meetings that were noticed. We had a hearing in front of the Planning Commission and a hearing in front of the board. That future land use map, there was a tool that was put on our website, so someone could put in their current address.
So
and it
then
would.
did the commission approve that future land use?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Brittany, I'm just thinking out loud, but if taking a middle-of-the-road approach, what would happen if we did a substitute motion to deny without prejudice? Can you explain that particular motion?
Sure. A denial without prejudice means that they could come back with a request within a year. If it's just denied, they would have to wait. So during that time, they could address some of the concerns, whether it be the infrastructure, whether it be the water, any of the other concerns that staff would have on that.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and make that substitute motion to deny without prejudice.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to deny without prejudice, so we'll have conversation on that motion in particular. So
First one was deny.
the first one was
Deny with
deny with
prejudice.
prejudice. This one is deny without prejudice, meaning that
Okay.
if we pass this, that means that they can come back and go through this whole process again?
So Chair.
Correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay, so based on that, I will say that supposedly the facts weren't presented. They weren't the facts. So let's read the findings on the facts. So for me, because we want to bring it back, I think that's a bad idea. And based on the findings of mining, these aren't my findings, except some of these findings I found myself. Mining operations by their very nature create nuisances such as loud noise, airborne particles, and visual intrusions. Per application, water will provide from outside source and not drawn by a well on the property. The impact to the availability of water should not be a factor. Water quality is concerned when working within a drainage boundary. The applicant stated no groundwater was detected within the proposed 15-foot depth to the excavation. However, the application submitted indicates the depth of excavation is 0 to 40 feet. No information was provided regarding groundwater, which now we did have that information provided. Thank you. The request use should not be detrimental or endanger the public health, safety, or welfare. However, the mining operation will increase on the roads that do not meet Pennington County Ordinance Number 14 standards. The application indicates a buffer of not less than 50 feet to the drainage and flood hazard area. However, it indicates a pond on the property, which the applicant put on this proposition, The pond on the property would be used to filter out any sediment leaving the site. When I talked about the drainage, these were my concerns. The pond on the property is a Army Corps of Engineers designated wetland and FEMA designated floodway. The anticipated impacts on those wetlands, floodplain, or floodway have not been determined. Well, basically, it's saying that you have, for me, 2 drainage areas, and based on these findings, I was shown the property, I was shown other property, and those findings that were put on a paper, and the facts that if you read through the pamphlet, you would find that these facts are facts. They're facts from your planning department, they're facts from your planning commission, and they're also facts of findings of basically zoning lists of 320. Thank you.
But I have one question to verify. You said the application said they were going to use the pond?
Yes.
So that's on the application? Is that?
Yep, it's put
Yeah,
in their
so-
papers that they have said that they're gonna use the pond for sediment.
I'm gonna direct that to Brittany or to Cody, one of you
So,
two.
so their application for their SWIP, stormwater prevention plan, you have to detail what your, best management practices are, or BMPs. So, like Mr. Lip stated, they do have those soil check dams and a vegetative berm. But after that, in their narrative, they state that any water that gets, or sediment that gets packed past those soil check dams and that vegetative buffer will be filtered out by,
Right here.
the pond.
Okay.
Number 4.
Well, there's nowhere else for it to go. Okay, and I think that's what he said. Yeah, that's what you said earlier. Yeah, okay. That's why I wanted to clarify that position on it, so there's really no way of getting around that. It's gonna drain into that. Okay. Any other questions on this particular motion about denial without prejudice, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so let's vote.
Mr. Chair, the only reason I would suggest that, because that would give both parties time to work with each other. Well, it's compromise, but I think that lack of transparency, I think it can be repaired.
So, and,
Let's go directly to a roll call vote, because I want everybody to go on the record here.
okay,
So,
Durr,
no.
Drews,
Aye.
Hadcock,
No.
Ross Connect,
Aye.
Wyffenbach.
no.
Okay, so that didn't pass.
Okay, we're back to
Now
our
we go
original
back to the
motion.
motion of a
Original
denial.
motion.
Deny with prejudice.
With prejudice, so keep it to that. I want to make a few comments, and I understand, I've been in this position a lot of times, 15 years of watching what happens when we circumvent future land use plans, or we circumvent the fact that people have dedicated or investments in those territories. I understand Mr. Demersiman's, when I went to visit the land, it's a gorgeous piece of property. I mean, if a person could make sense of it, to have it and own it forever, that's a bad argument to make. It doesn't make sense to put a gravel pit on there in a neighborhood that has a future land use plan of residential, or like, I think it was rural residential. I mean, understanding though, on behalf of what these guys, it wasn't that way at that time that they filled out that application. Since then, it went through a public process. The public has said to us, this is what we see, that even though they don't own the land, they have a right to participate in how these land uses happen because of their surrounding properties. There's some factors that can't be mitigated. One of them is the water. Drainage can't be mitigated. The future land use can't be mitigated. There's no way around that. You can't, if we came back in a year from now, the same fact would be there, that they're gonna build houses in that area. And then we're gonna get the call, just like I got the call from Highway 16 on the campground that they allowed to go into a residential area. I'm there, and these people bought houses and now they can't even enjoy their house. It's a precedent that sets a really bad tone for the community and for the planning process per se. I'm going to vote to deny this, I think, at this point, because of those factors. And I typically don't go into a long, but I understand all the energy that's went into this, and I understand the people that want to do the gravel pit. I mean, I would be the same, and I do appreciate the fact that they were very humble in this process going, and I do appreciate the fact of Box Elder and the mayor coming forward. And, you know, I would, and the other thing would be hard overruling what they're doing out there with their planning, to have that happen. So that would be the reasoning for my vote to deny. So, with that being said, does anybody else have any questions?
Ready
Okay,
for the vote.
we're gonna go directly to a roll call vote, so.
Okay, the original
Motion is
motion?
to deny with prejudice, so
Correct.
everybody understands that. It cannot come back through on this process. And,
Okay.
that's the way the process is set up.
Dur,
Aye.
Drews,
No.
Adcock,
Aye.
Ross Connect,
Hey,
Wyffenbach.
Aye.
Okay, 3-2.
Motion carries, the process denied, process. I'm going to take a little bit of break here because I got a couple guys that are doing some, they gotta head out of town here, so we're an important situation that we gotta resolve, so.
So now you get a
Thank you.
We'll take a little 10-minute break, guys, and let you guys get. Item number 15, items from the commission. TIF application resolution. What is that one?
I'll take it away real quick here. So item 15A, of course, is another TIF application with the City of Rapid City, and it's just on the agenda in case the board wishes to make comments and respond.
No, Jordan, is this, so we're looking for any comments on this item. Is this, I got a call from the finance office, and Brittany's looking at me like, uh-oh. So from Rapid City, that one of the TIF that they did for the Disneyland project, what was that called?
Liberty
Liberty
Land.
Land. They had an issue on illegals. Did they talk to you about that, Brittany? Okay. Well, I'll talk to you then on a separate note because that's not on here. But so what are we doing with this? Just making comments on it?
If you have any comments that you want to present, we already did, we haven't heard back from the city, but we did send that letter after the last round of TIFs.
This is Highway 79. Wasn't there a TIF already on this project?
Yes.
The industrial park?
Was it the one with?
Do you have comments, Brittany?
Was it the one
Yeah,
with
go ahead,
Bella's
Brittany.
area, that area?
No, this is up on Highway 79, Dream Design, when the battery plant was going to go in there, but.
Okay.
So Brittany Molitor, Planning Director. We just have a couple concerns with this because at the time, they requested a rezone to heavy industrial on that property north of Lamb. And now they're bringing that road down onto Lamb Road. Lamb is not designed for industrial use. It's a 24-foot wide gravel road. So part of this TIF isn't covering any improvements to Lamb Road, so we have concerns with that. And we brought that forward when they wanted to do the rezone to sell to that ammunitions facility that's to the north, and it's to the east of the A1 Auto Recyclers. So at that time, they were doing a no-access easement onto Lamb Road because the intent wasn't to bring this road down onto Lamb Road because it's not built to industrial standards.
So what do you need us to do here?
Well, I guess that would be the comment, is that we're concerned because Lamb Road is not.
Let's add that comment, I guess, then, right?
Sean's here.
Sorry.
Sean's here.
Sean would know.
Is the highway department in support of this project?
Sean Smith, Pennington County Highway Department. So yeah, Brittany's 100% right. When this came through, Lamb Road is currently on our designation as a no-maintenance road. So there is zero county maintenance going towards Lamb Road. So if they funnel trucks and run this section line without improving any improvements on Lamb, there is a small portion of asphalt, but we have no idea what the thickness is. So that was our concern originally. And now they've kicked it all the way to the east, so they're gonna be using a large portion of gravel. There's no current maintenance, and as everybody knows, when truck traffic gets a GPS location, if they're coming from the south, they're gonna take the quickest entrance in, and Lamb Road's gonna be the entrance they're gonna take if that's punched through, so. From our aspect, we have some major concerns about utilizing that without any improvements, so we would wanna see that
That would be a
included.
county-maintained road?
Yes, it would, if that's improved industrial standards, either they would extend their annexation down to include that portion, because that was left off when they did the previous one. They stopped short of that, so either they annex down and include that, but at the bare minimum, they have to improve that section line or not tie in at that corner there.
Okay.
So Chair, can I ask a question? Can you deny them using that road until it's paved or until the city improves it?
That would be, I actually had a question with the state's attorney's office on the next item about that, but I'm not sure.
Well, really, they can do whatever they want. They're just asking for our input. Is that correct?
No, I'm asking,
Gifted to them.
I'm just asking if they affect us with their TIF and we have an area where we can actually deny them going down some of the areas because it's not improved enough for their traffic, that they need to know that beforehand, so then they make these people improve it. Otherwise, they're gonna have to figure out a different way or use 79 and see if the state wants them to keep taking their trucks down there and not
Yeah,
use Lamb Road.
It looks to me, based on this file they provided, phase 3 is the Creek Drive that they're calling it, they're improving and they're gonna tie on, they're gonna improve that section line, that north-south running section line that ties into Lamb Road. So they're already using some of the TIF money to improve roads on a section line, so.
That's because it's in the city.
The southern portion is not, so they will be accessing a section line that is currently not improved, that is within the county.
Oh, the southern part there where it drops down.
Yep, they don't show the city boundaries on this map, but the city boundary actually stops, I think it's 585 or 825 feet north of Lamb Road. They left off that portion the last time they were
So
here
if they
doing all this
annex
stuff.
that portion, we're good.
Yeah, if they annex and take over Lamb Road as part of that, that would be.
Well, and Lamb Road, that portion of Lamb Road accesses the DC tie, so the DC tie is right down there.
So it's that gravel road that goes to 79 to DC tie and then goes south?
I guess we could just, do we have the vote to add our comments, or can Sean just do that? I think they should either I'd prefer that they just took it, right?
So, yeah, take these comments and then Jordan respond.
Yeah, and I can do that. If you guys wanted to make a motion, there is a proposed one, just move to authorize staff to compile and transmit the board's comment per
That'd be my
discussion.
motion.
Motion from Hadcock.
Okay.
Second.
By Durr.
And then
All-
help from Sean to get some of those areas so we have the facts on it and
All in
what the
favor,
state's
say aye.
attorney says.
All right.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign, motion carries. Thank you, Sean.
I'll get a hold of you.
Thank you, Sean.
If we need to have more conversation with them, then you can get one of us involved, so.
So we're talking about the next TIF? Or,
So the next item for 15B is annexation.
Oh, this is an interesting one, okay.
You have until tomorrow to respond with your comments on the proposed annexation.
Nice timeline again that the city gives us with no communication.
so my problem, can I speak, Chair?
Yes.
Was the infrastructure, if you read their papers on their infrastructure for their drainage, the water, and all the concerns to do with that, is a huge issue. Working with Box Elder is a huge issue because on the school systems and how that affects them. So I don't think, Mayor Larson, can you come up and repeat what you said with I think it should be on the record, and so maybe they'll not only listen to us, but Box Elder about how that affects the school system and how they need to, if they're annexing in this, how they have to do it a little bit differently.
Well, I hate to talk for the school, but I was on the school board there for 36 years, so I know a little bit about the Douglas schools, and I know that they have a threshold that they have to stay above to get heavy impact money, and it's around 43%, and so all that part that's being annexed, I believe, a lot of that is in the Douglas School District, so if that got all built out, and they were non-military families there, and they drop below the 43%, Douglas School could lose millions of dollars because of that. You'd have to ask them the exact amount now, but it used to be 3 or 4 million. So that would be huge for them. And my recommendation, would be that before there gets any housing on there, that Rapid City schools and Douglas schools probably need to get together and maybe change those boundaries so that those boundaries then of the new area would be in Rapid City schools. Before there's any houses on there, it's easy to do. So.
Jordan, my concern would be the infrastructure and the water and the sewer and how that's going to implement and how it's going to be affecting us through the drainage. And also, I think we should put the concerns of this board for the school system. So they have on record, so the commissioners know, or city council people know, and the mayor knows that they also are affecting the school system, or how they're affecting it, and maybe it's not, but at least it'd be nice to know the facts for Box Elder School System, which is Douglas, and the surrounding areas.
I think also we would want to add, we had in our meeting a conversation about the ongoing efforts from Box Elder to get water to Valley Heights and the land behind Valley Heights, because this annexation directly affects that, because they've put a lot of elbow grease into getting this happen. They're not against changing it as long as Rapid City's willing to step up to the plate and put the water there, which would probably make the most sense. But we need to go on the record with that to make sure that we follow up on that. So I know that was a concern for the Valley Heights and Box Elder people, so.
And Chair, we gave $5 million to do a water tower for the Rapid Valley Water. So I think that's supposed to be used for county residences, not city residences. And I know he makes more money in one sense, but the concern was that we start tying people in Rapid Valley into water and sewer. So we're not having issues with contamination, or you already know, through drainage, having sewer systems and different stuff on water tables 2 feet high and some other issues. So they need to take in consideration the area that they are affecting by their infrastructure and what they're putting above us and around us. I don't know how we changed it. We did talk to Mayor Solomon, if you remember, Commissioner Weifenbach, about the infrastructure and what that was going to do if they just surround us with city and leave that donut hole right in the middle of Rapid Valley, so.
Right, and I think we got a better working condition than we've had in a long time, so we need to take opportunity of it, like you see, witnessed today. County and Box Elder working together, and the city and Box Elder, Rapid City and Box Elder have been working together really well, good for a long time too. So I think it's time to synergize off that and take advantage of those working relationships that we have, so that they're there in the future when we're gone. So Larry, thanks a million.
Thanks.
Have a great drive, and you tell them people in Box Elder I'll be out there to visit them. So be careful. So, yeah, do we need a motion just to?
Yeah, we have a letter here that I asked Jordan to put together on the annexation. I mean, I got a lot of phone calls on it. Obviously, how it was put out, it was not communicated except for an email at the same time that, I think the mayor spoke about it in a budget presentation prior to the county getting notification that this was going to happen. So it's in my district, so I got phone calls from people living along in and out in that area on Radar Hill Road that believed that they were going to be part of the annexation. And it just goes back to, I think, when they're planning these things that, specifically, we're already going to have conversations, which Commissioner Hadcock brought up about, drainage and other things the city has done with their TIFs and with some of the annexation around Rapid Valley and the impact in Rapid Valley. And so I asked Jordan, because we had talked about it, to draft a letter. And basically, the letter is just requesting, this is an issue that just came up, but we need to talk about, some planning and joint jurisdictional stuff and say, and I did talk to Vicki Fisher about it a couple of months ago, but I think as things are progressing, it's the same conversation that we would have with Box Elder about having some, input both from the county and the city as to how these things are going to move forward and about all the touch points and the impacts. And so, and I think that some of the comments made by Commissioner Hadcock could be added in this
Okay, that'd
letter.
be perfect,
The
because.
question.
That'd be, yeah, because they're great, because I know, I've been working with the highway department we got all these roads that are in no man's land and all this stuff. We could probably add that on there too, that it's all part of the conversation, but what's happening is we keep kicking the can down the road, like Commissioner Durr presented earlier about every time we make a motion to move something down the road, because we're here part-time, and sometimes it can be a year, 2 years before we get stuff done, and there's no real need for that when these have been going on and on and on, so if you could add Commissioner Hadcock's.
Sorry, I have a question.
Sure.
And I just thought about this. Brittany, if you are, where's the 1 mile jurisdiction and the 3 mile jurisdiction start changing once they start annexing, and how does that affect us?
With this annexation, it's going to increase it significantly.
Meaning, we take the 3 mile, and does it start now in the new annexation area
Correct.
goes out?
Correct.
And how about the mile jurisdiction?
Correct.
That area, because for fireworks or everything that's happening in Rapid Valley, might be a positive, I don't know. But you see where I'm going, you guys, because once you start driving that out, then they have more and more jurisdiction with that 3 mile plating on us, which is really going to affect you, Jerry, in that area about what they can and can't do without us giving
Then you
any
get the
input.
crossover
So it's going to
between-
get worse.
Right.
Yeah.
And so on this letter, Brittany, do you have any comments to input?
Yes, well, what the joint jurisdiction is kind of some of the things that we had spoke about at the meetings that we have had with some of the Rapid Valley residents and some of their concerns. And yes, that will extend that 3 mile and that 1 mile out significantly because it's at the end of their jurisdictional boundaries. So if it's an N and now, it's going to be.
Well, and I think the residents out there and the city council and the mayor should see what a 1 mile and a 3 mile does for the county and what it does for them and what it does for the residents. I think you're going to have a bunch of residents, once they figure out some of that jurisdiction that has moved, they're not going to be very happy. And I think they ought to be transparent, since that word was used today, for those people and how that affects them. It's going to be huge.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if they didn't even think about some of this stuff, so.
They
I
didn't.
think bringing it up is key, so.
Okay. Anyway, maybe if Brittany, you could send what that looks like with the mile and 3 mile jurisdiction and what that means to Jordan in some kind of email or something, because I think that should be sent in with what we're talking about and how that affects not only the residents that are already in there, but Pennington County.
Well, I think that we could probably work with the GIS and like expand it out to show the areas that are going to be impacted from that annexation.
And then show what a 3 mile jurisdiction means when it changes and what a mile jurisdiction means for those people. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, so.
So I'm going to make a motion to author the chair's signature on this letter with amendments and send to the city.
Second. Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. We'll move on to
16.
16. Items from Commissioner Treasurer's Office Workflow, Commissioner Weifenbach, Indoor Queuing System. So Jerry, I'll let you take the lead on that conversation, and we got a PDF here attached. So
so I'm looking at, Jordan, you can pull this up.
Sorry, just need 1 second.
What's your name, ma'am?
Annette Brandt, Pennington County Treasurer.
There you go.
Is this what you wanted to look at?
Correct.
Okay.
So anyway, it's, the reason it's back on the agenda to have this conversation is just because the commission has been flooded with emails and phone calls. And Commissioner Weifenbach and I had a, conversation last week. He'd gotten a phone call from somebody that was having an issue in the queuing system. I've had the personal phone calls and emails, and so it's just another talking point to put it back on. And I'm not sure that it's a queuing system entirely. It's just the frustration with the public about the wait times at the treasurer's office. And getting back to the document that you dropped off today, I'm going to get back and I'm going to say it to department heads. I've said it before. When you have stuff to present in front of the commission, we have a timeline for agenda submittals and try to get the documents on there, because when we get a data dump the day of the commission meeting, then the office has to make a copy for the public in the back as required, and this stuff needs to be on the agenda so we can review it. And not unlike, the matter on the gravel pit, just dumping a data dump on us the day of and going, absorb this information and make informed decisions. This stuff needs to be on the agenda by submission time, and if it's not on the agenda, I don't even want to look at it. So that's my position on that. So the queuing system and the deal, kind of what I wanted to talk about is getting back to just explain when you bring your staff in and you have a new person coming on as administrative support and how you work them through that process to get up to be able to do the job and how long does that take to be fully trained in your office. So one of the people that called me said that I was in the queuing system and I went up to the window that I was told to go to and I had a title transfer. And the individual said, "Oh, sorry, you're in the wrong window. I can't do title transfers. So you need to go back into the queuing system and then go forward." And so some of the feedback that we're getting, and I don't know if it's directly related to the queuing system, it's just wanting to get up to the window, and no matter what window you're serviced at, that the employee there is able to, doesn't matter if it's tax, if it is a title, if it's not a state title, or whatever it is, that they just they're expecting when they show up to, a window and a counter that everybody there is going to be able to take care of them. And I'm going to make a comment about one of the individuals that I know went to an adjoining county. Obviously, I get it, because the wait time in surrounding counties is just based on populace is not going to be the expectation that we have here, just based on the number of volumes that you're doing out of your office. So this individual went up to an adjoining county with the title transaction out of another state. And from the time they walked in the building and got the title transfer done and out the door was 15 minutes. And that was with a new employee at the counter that was able to handle them, that was a brand-new employee. Not anybody that had went through a transitional, you sort mail, you do this. I don't know what that process is. But I also have a concern about, the time it takes to get employees trained to do everything that they should be able to do at the front windows. So from that, I'll leave it from there.
Mr.
Yeah,
Chair?
you can answer that.
This was a revised agenda, and on Thursday, I received a phone call from you saying that you were adding it to the agenda.
It's not a revised agenda, it is the agenda.
Okay, well, the original one that was sent out did not have that on there, so I apologize for not getting this to you. In fact, my discussion with Commissioner Hadcock yesterday said if we could see the difference between a day when we of last year to compare it to a day this year so that we can see where those numbers are at. That was a discussion that was had last night, and so I was just going to give it to Commissioner Hadcock and felt that I should share it with you all as well, because what it does show is that the volume of customers that we do wait on has remained the same. The length of time of the transactions that we're processing is getting faster once they come to the window, but the amount of people that are actually coming to our office, it's the sheer volume is what the wait time is. So, and then I'd like to address how we train our staff. So we lost staff faster when they were put right up front to the window and train them in front of the customers. We now train them in the back. Usually they'll come in. A normal transition is they come in, they learn the workings of the office, the workings of the county. Within 3 months, they're usually to the next step where they're actually doing more of the processing, because we have a lot of fast transactions. And then they're up at the window at that point as well, just doing our fast transactions. Once they start with the title transfers, again, that's usually about it depends on the person. Sometimes the trend has been 3, 6, 9, and 12, which is, I discussed with you about how we bring them in at entry level, see if they like working with the customers, if the load is heavy, that's there. And I do feel that that's the best way to keep our staff there longer, because a lot of times they're put up front, a lot of times they were put up front without really knowing what paperwork they were looking at, because an out-of-state transfer does take longer, and there's more things that they have to look at. They're not all exactly the same transactions. So I wholeheartedly don't expect the commissioners to filter through the complaints on my office and our procedures. I also cannot expect to address or fix issues without visiting with the constituents to clarify and justify their complaint. As commissioners, be honest with them that you yourself don't fully understand the workings of how our office is ran by the elected official. That elected official would welcome to hear from them personally, though. And every person that has asked for me to return their call, I have returned them, and I have returned those calls. I've explained our process, why we're doing the things that we're doing. It is not a issue with our staff. In years past, we were getting complaints on the staff morale, the staff. You're not going to hear that anymore. People are very, they like coming to, once they get to the window, there are no complaints about our staff any longer. That takes time, that takes nurturing, and I don't want to go back to that. We've got a great team right now. We should all be working together. My request would just be for, if you receive those complaints, send them to me or ask them to fill out. We have comment cards, we call them opinion counts, on every counter up front. And we get dozens of these a day. I just grabbed a handful of them and separated the people who like the queuing system. The majority of them are excellent customer service. I know I'm not going to please everyone, but I'm committed to please the majority. Queuing system that we're currently using until January 2027 was vetted by the IT director and with input from the commissioner's office before it was ever chosen. We took 3 months to look for one. I still agree that it's the best system starting out with our money and would welcome the same vetting process when it comes time to replace it. Again, using our IT department as well as the commissioners to look to see if there's a different program out there that could do, but our new facility that we plan to move into within just a short few months, as discussed earlier on the agenda, is structured around a queuing system. So we are still going to need that. I do need to get information out to the public to help educate them. I am constantly calling people and talking to them about the setup of the treasurer's office and would welcome that to continue too, and it might clear out your emails as well.
I got a question on here. I'm looking at this graph and the bar graphs that you've provided, and
Yes.
the tickets completed per hour. You picked the same date in Monday, August 24th, Monday, August 20, August 5th, 24, 25. I'm looking at the total number. It looked like they almost had identical amount of 486 transactions. Is that correct? In both days?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yep.
And then it talks about transactions per hour.
And one.
Was this
the
a 4-day
2020
week or a
oh, I'm
5-day
sorry.
week?
The 2024, we were a 4-day week.
Okay.
Still I put apples to apples here. So it's one day, the first Monday in August. July's are typically, a lot busier because that's just when a
Okay, so
lot of transactions are
as
there.
long as we agree that we got apples for apples and we're looking at the
Yeah.
same date, let's talk about,
Okay.
what's the blue and the gold here? Is that what is,
Okay, you're on the third page, the wait times.
yeah, the wait times?
Yep. So the queuing system allows us to provide to the customers an estimated wait time. In 2025, that first one, those are, the gold is what the.
Gold bar blue versus the blue bar.
Right, it's the gold bar is the estimate that the queuing system puts, and the actual time that they wait in line is the aqua colored
So
one.
they're different, years are different. So the blue bar is one of these is an estimate, okay, I'm sorry. So
That's
which
okay.
which one's the estimate?
The estimate is the yellow bar.
Okay, so let's take the first hour at 7 o'clock.
Yep.
On August 25th. The estimate was 82 hours, it actually was 79, right? But if you go
82
to-
minutes,
If I go
yes.
to 2024,
Mm-hmm.
it was 14 minutes, and the actual was 11 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
So we go to the next hour, 8 o'clock, 116 minutes actual compared to 20 minutes actual. So then I go to 9 o'clock, 97 minutes versus 37 minutes. So, I mean, and then I go to, let's go to 10 o'clock, 129 minutes in 2025, which is current.
Yep.
And last year, it was 50 minutes. We're definitely, like, we're double with the time it takes to operate. So, but with the same amount of transactions.
And we're doing the same amount of transactions, the wait time on the actual title of the people standing at the window of the processing time is what is going down with the 605 drive.
So you're saying the 605 drive is double the time it takes to do these from
It's,
last year to
it's
this
not
year?
double, it is going down, a few of those that you're looking at.
Oh, they're
but-
going up.
Yeah.
If you vision 24 to 25, I mean, let's go to, take any time on this map, on this graph. And
Or
go.
the double graph.
Yeah, go at 11 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
And in 2024, it was 70 minutes. In 2025, it's 144 minutes. Am I reading something wrong here, guys?
No, you're reading it correctly.
We're going the wrong direction by a long shot. And that's what, I guess I would say, if I was your manager, I would say, what changed to make it that drastic? It's almost changed, there's almost not enough hours in the day to change, I mean, you would have to have almost 25%. If I figured these numbers out for the time it takes, you'd almost have to have an increase in employees by a long shot too. to make
And there's
this
a
thing work.
and that's exactly my point of where I'm struggling. We have 9 new employees that have been hired since August, coming and going. When they leave, they're leaving for another state, so it's not like there's not a whole lot that I can pull them back for. But there's a lot of training going on. We have 5 new programs that we just completed within, from last August to today, that we're training on as well. So even our newer staff were actually kind of new to the 605 Drive program.
So I just want to give you another one here. Let's go to 5 o'clock.
Okay?
23, is it 23 minutes this year? 22 minutes last year. But the spikes are right in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks like either everybody slows down or checks out for lunch. I mean, just looking at this, I don't understand why.
Not.
If I was
I'm
you, I
sorry.
wouldn't even give this to me.
I'm just being honest. This is a struggle that
I get it.
that
So
I'm
we
working with.
obviously got a problem that we need to solve because this would be, I mean, this is almost, if I went through, I could analyze each one of these, but it's almost twice the amount of time it took us last year to do the same amount of.
Good.
Am I wrong on that?
No, you're not wrong. I've got a couple of comments. So we've talked over the, since January off and on, and a lot of emails from you directly to the Board of Commissioners about some of these items. And we've talked about what you presented here, a few months ago, kind of a workflow analysis and kind of explaining what your office does. So getting back to your point where, and the majority of all these complaints that, have come to us via email communication to all commissioners and/or one, have been forwarded to your office to respond to. So, so getting back to one of the emails, to the board, just in the last week, in reference to whether or not the HR office is going to follow through and help get some training materials put together for your office. And I think you talked about doing a handout and trying to get something put out to the public so they could understand what it's like when you do business with the treasurer's office. Here's what to expect. Here's a process. Here's how you do it. In my opinion, trying to educate a segment of the society that might be having a problem with the queuing system is not going to be solved by a handout, or even if the HR office were to present a video, it's that segment that's not really going to look at that because they just have difficulty using technology and/or understanding what that process looks like. So your comment when you say that we as a board don't understand or maybe not have insight to another elected office as to what your responsibilities are and what that workflow looks like, I would, to a certain point, agree with you on that. And so it had been talked about, you know, which office was going to assist in trying to help you come up and explain to us, because I know you do a lot, and explain to us what that workflow process looks like. And is there something outside of the queuing system in this workflow process that we could look at? And that is one piece that I think we could all agree upon that has been missing. There's not been anybody to come forward and say exactly, you know, here is a workflow, this is everything that's done in the office to include the mail, et cetera, and what that process looks like, getting back to kind of your internal, how you're doing the training within your office and putting them forward. We have seen the work volume, and I think we get an understanding as to that. So I did visit with Carol, our HR director, and Jordan, and say, could you guys go in and help Annette's office? And when I say that, help the commission get an understanding as to what that workflow actually looks like. So when we're talking budget and adding staff and those types of things, that we know where is best to allocate those funds. And so I do have a commitment from Carol and Jordan that Walter, our risk management, who's got some experience in doing some analysis work, and Kenner in Jordan's office, both would come forward and dedicate some time. And then that would help the commission get a better understanding as to what that workflow process and the volume, and you explain to them what you're doing in the office, and then they can help present this to the commission. So that's my suggestion.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
And my concern is that of the workload that's not getting done, because we're not able to get time to do it too. I just want to make sure that you are aware of that. We are trying to improve the turnaround time for our mail as well, and that's what, when I was reaching out to the commissioners to, hey, I'd like to visit with you just to show you with that, because those are numbers that are not yet even on any of these, and that's revenue for the county as well, so.
I got another question on this sheet. Is it, so you're doing more transactions than you did last year overall?
No, it's a 40-hour work week. We've got the same amount of employees. We're doing the same amount of processing. We're just training new staff, and and we've got 3 new programs that we're learning. So that's where some of the lag time is as well, so. But the staff is all on board with, you know, going just as quickly as they can. Most of them are 3, 6, 9, 12
I don't think
months.
there's an issue of what your staff is on board with or not. I just think there's a process issue here that we need to figure out, because just looking at these numbers from last year, they're half of what they are this year. Something's changed, and I don't know what it is. At least just this, but you know, this is just a small snippet, small snapshot, one day.
One day.
But does this persist throughout I think Commissioner Durr, if you're willing, obviously, because you're an elected official and we don't want to micromanage, but we're not here to cut you down, but I just quite frankly would rather, I would rather see the line get sharper and faster, quicker, better. Is there tools that we're missing, whatever it is, and by having, you know, which we are able to do as an audit, which is something that we do. And people look at audits as financial or whatever. They're not typically all financial. A lot of times they're procedure and policies that are in place. So I would suggest that we move forward with something like that and figure out. I know we got the budget coming, and I don't want to put a lot more pressure on Jordan and Kenner, but I'm also not wanting to kick the can down the road any farther, because this is almost like a tsunami that we need to prepare. We need to fix, I guess. And I'm open to suggestions. Commissioner Hadcock, did you have something?
Okay, Chair. My biggest thing here is what's our role as commissioners in another elected official. I think I talked to a couple of you yesterday about that, about what we can do in somebody else's department. Because queuing system or otherwise, it's paid for. It's run by another elected official. And what is our role in that? Annette, after seeing the numbers, we need some help on the process of, from this year to last year, it has doubled. And now that you showed me the numbers, which I told you to show me the facts before I made a decision, in general, it shows that it's, and Ron's right, that it had doubled, and that's what I saw as well. For time from 24 to 25, you might have new people, but that's a huge, huge jump. My biggest issue is the complaints, and I talked about this yesterday. Since I've been here in 11 years, I don't think any complaints have went down. Whether it was a queuing system or standing in line in the sun, or having to stand against the wall, or having to, next after the sun and the wind and the snow was a problem, and the line was a problem, then we put them down the stairs. They didn't want to stand on the stairs, that was too far. Someone could have fell down the stairs, there was all kinds of liability. We tried to the auditor's office, we tried the lines there, it was just huge. So the lines and the complaints, since I've been here, and you guys are hearing all the complaints now, but if we had somebody's email from back in the past, and maybe we do, we would see just as many complaints, if not more. So that's where I'm having an issue with trying to figure out what's our role. Is it based on complaints? Because we have asked Janet, that was here before, the complaints have never went down for lines in the last 11 years that I have been here. It didn't start just with a queuing system, it just added to it. And if it wasn't the queuing system, like I said, they had some other issue. And tax and title, since I've been here, have always taken a long time, and that has always pissed them off as well, because why can't these people be better trained or some other issue? My bottom line, I'll keep saying, what is our role? Is to go in there and change it with some of our people saying maybe they could do it better? Is that our job description? And are we supposed to tell another elected official that we are going to, I know you're trying to find the solution, and I get it, Jerry, you're trying to find the solution to help another elected official, another person with the treasure, with the complaints and the things that they have, and maybe there's a better way. But that has to be on the role of the elected official to agree with this and to move forward in a way as a team to see that we're saying this, Annette, we want to do some help with you. Are you willing to take that help and make a difference in order for us to maybe make a queuing system that is more efficient and effective? Maybe that's the bottom line, and that maybe with some analysts, which I believe, and I'll totally agree, Mr. Jordan and Mr. Kenner are analysts, that they can kind of figure out some other things with it or look at the program in itself and see if that can be improved. So I get where Commissioner Durr and Commissioner Weifenbach are trying to make that difference. And I think if I was the treasurer, that's why I'm asking you in your role, I would take that help in any way I can, because that queuing system, if these guys have that knowledge and that understanding a little bit more, to actually add as a team to an efficient and effective queuing system, I would take that role and run with it. So that's my advice, just from seeing your numbers, it needs to change. Just saying you need some help is never a big deal. That doesn't make you a better treasurer. I always tell people, I always take advice from people smarter than me to make my business efficient and effective, and I always have. And it's worked very well. And I believe with some help with this, the queuing system doesn't have to go down, it doesn't have to go away, it just needs to be more efficient and effective. And we're just trying to reach out and say we can help you with that with some of our team that we have here as well. So I would hope that this would come into a solution for both sides so we could figure this out and help our constituents and also help your people, so.
So I think when you talk about a goal, Commissioner Hadcock, I think the simple goal would be to, obviously, to decrease the wait times.
Yes, sir.
Decrease the complaints. That'd be a simple goal to achieve right away, and then also have metrics that Annette can use in the future to use as tools to manage her department. I said, those three
even get
things
that more
would be very
efficient.
straightforward.
It would show us for how much workload she has. It would show a bunch of different things
It's hard
for
to talk
training
about
and new hires and all the things that we
Tangibles.
need.
These are some
Yes.
good starts on some tangibles, but if you read these, there's an obvious situation in that, I guess, where do we go from here? I guess that's the
Sure.
question to you.
Yeah, so across the state of South Dakota, all the commissioners were informed about the 605 Drive program as well. These numbers are going to change gradually as we get through all of those corrected records that we need to. And that has to do with the conversion from South Dakota Cars over to 605 Drive. That is going to happen. I would welcome the fact that which is how I reached out last time. We were asked for a queuing system. I did work with the commission office and the IT director. And I just want to share this too, as long as I've got the mic, if you wouldn't mind here. So this office has been asked for years to get number systems, so people could wander instead of standing in line, get away from that hot window, trailing down the stairs or out the front door, down the sidewalk, to move forward in technology, get more procedures and transactions available online, reduce service charges for credit cards and e-checks, hire friendly staff, make it easier for the outlying areas to visit the office, make the lobby wait time more comfortable, have a better system for our elderly and disabled visitors, allow returning customers the same day to return service to complete their transactions, separate fast transactions from the lengthier ones so someone isn't stuck behind a 40-minute transaction when theirs is only 10-minute one, increase parking, extend office hours, hire more staff, the list goes on. We're all working on every one of these for a positive outcome, with the exception, I can't help the parking, although now moving out, we're going to do that. Without this queuing system and people waiting remotely, we would not have the parking space for all of the people that are in our queue either. So I just want to add that too. And again, I would welcome if there's, when this queuing system contract is done, which is January of 2027, I would be doing the same thing, not even when it's done. We should be looking now of, I like this about it, but this would be better. And, having a intercom system as well, we need that for the new, area. But right now, we need to educate our public, who our staff is going to be the ones that are frontline of the people that are upset that they didn't know we were going to move. They didn't know that there was an additional technology fee added that the state did. All of those are frontline. I wanted to have a flyer that I could hand out to the people that were there so that could be handed out to their friends and family. They're already here, so everybody knows somebody that's coming down to the treasurer's office, as well as educate them on our move as well. We do hundreds of dollars worth of mailings every month. People are still, sending in their stuff for us to do them through the mail, and that's a great opportunity to be able to stuff those envelopes with that. That's not costing the county any additional money. I think Commissioner Hadcock did have an idea of taking the county mailing list and maybe just sending out a card that they had the information on the queue system so that they had it right at the house. I don't have the resources to do that, and so yes, I would definitely welcome that. I need some assistance there. We're just, we're a busy office and we're all on the same page with making things better for the customers, so.
So, Chair. Annette.
Yeah, Commissioner Hadcock.
Annette, I get all that, but based on your facts, remember I said once we learned the facts,
Yeah.
it didn't get better, it got worse. So it's
Right.
telling me that the system is not working and it needs help, and it can't stay the same, and that you do need some help with the system, because obviously through you doing it by yourself and trying to figure this out, it's not working. So I think you're trying to tell me that in one sense, but you're saying, oh no, we just need more time. I don't think it's more time. I think it's more experience at what really needs to happen, and I think you need help with it. I'll be up straight. So they're trying to reach out. We're trying to reach out in a way that can make this not only efficient and effective for you, but also some of those things to basically refine them without you having to do it by yourself. I would take that opportunity and do it. And if you don't want to do that, that's up to you. I guess you're an elected official, and I don't know at this point how we can help any other way than get people that can change that queuing system or do something to add to that queuing system, or even the process of how that queuing system has to go through, or find out that the queuing system has defects in it that need to be changed or shouldn't be used through somebody else's eyes. That's how I believe that you need to look at it, through somebody else's eyes besides the treasurer's office, somebody else that can look at it and then give you some advice on it. Whether you take it or not is up to you. But I would take the opportunity to have other people come in, like we're suggesting, and help you move forward, because this, based on your data, remember I told you, and I'll keep saying that, is not working. You can have all you want for more time, but these numbers aren't going to change unless the process in some way, and somebody else takes a look at it and says, okay, Net, this is why these changes have happened, and this is why it's gotten worse. Is it the 605? Is it this or that? I get it, but I'll keep saying, the lines aren't going to get any better in one sense, but the process has to change for the public and for the system in order for people to understand we're trying to make it better. If we leave it the same, you're just going to keep having the same, I'll keep saying, the insanity of the same thing happening over and over again since I've been here. And it won't matter if it's a queuing system or a line. Something needs to change, and based on your data, it's not working with the queuing system at this time. Not the way it is, anyway.
So, yeah,
Commissioner Durr.
yeah, just what I would suggest, and getting back to what, Commissioner Hadcock said, and I agree. You can look at the commission and say, this is my office, I run my office. And I don't need other departments coming in to look at and or evaluate a process and make recommendations or whatever. That's your choice. I believe you were open to it a few months ago. It just didn't happen because of, mandates in the office. We have a new, staff in the commission office. So I would suggest that you have that, because that would be the information that you could present and say, yeah, here's a process. This is exactly what we do. And, look for efficiencies in there. And then if it comes back and it says, the treasurer is correct, she's short-staffed, she needs additional staff, she needs these resources, then that's our responsibility as a board, given the information, to say, okay, then I agree. And if that means the data tells me and the process says, here's what the issue is, we've identified these things, and it requires more financial influx into your budget, be it personnel or other assets, then if that's what the data says, I will support that. And so, but I can't do that without, and again, yeah, we're getting the phone calls and we're getting the emails and we're getting the face-to-face conversations that says, almost daily, something is not working for us when we go to do business with the county. And so when you get down to it, the board's got the, we're the fiscal part of the county. We set the policy, the mandates, and the direction, and we fund or not fund. And that is the input that we have. So those are my comments. I would suggest that you welcome, the HR office and the commission office with helping you present to the board as these are the things that I need in my office for me and my team to be successful.
I think what we're looking for is a strategic analysis, what they call a SWOT, which lists strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Because some of the things we talked about today are obvious opportunities, there's obviously threats. And when I talk about threats, I'm talking about trying to change a person who comes here once or twice a year is not realistic. You can send out all the flyers, all the stuff you want. Those people that come here once, to do a title transfer. I mean, there's people out there that maybe not ever do one. And so once you train them to do it, they could come back in, it could be a complete system. They just want to get through the line. And I'll give you an example. I had a lady, and I called you on the phone, and they were just pissed off about having to wait for 4 hours one day and 4 hours the next day, and they weren't getting it. They weren't understanding what the problem was. The lady wanted to transfer an Arizona license title. She wanted to transfer a title she wanted to just put her daughter's name on the title because she went to the DMV to get a driver's license, and they took her driver's license away and sent her on her way. Well, she has no driver's license, right? So she's driving a car in her name, and she has, she can't get tags, do anything, because she had no driver's license, and she comes down here and waits 2 different periods of time for 4 hours each time. So we finally get a hold of it, someone comes out, and we're having a conversation with the young person that's having the conversation, and the old lady and younger old lady were,
The senior lady.
yeah,
Like us?
they were frustrated, and they're frustrated about all the system. I get all that, and that's a reality. That's a threat that, we have to be aware of, and then how you handle that makes a difference in what they leave with the taste in their mouth. Do they continue to be pissed off, or do they try to change it? So we have a conversation. I said, what do they need to do? Well, she needs to have a driver's license. She's like, okay, we get that now. We understand it. I'm helping them understand it. And then the lady makes a comment about, well, I can do this in Custer in 20 minutes. And then the conversation comes back from your employee and saying, oh, well, they're a smaller county. They don't have less people, and they don't do all this mail-in stuff. And I'm like, oh, wait a second. No, they don't want to hear that. So all they want to hear is what they need to do to get their title in their name. And another person comes out the office, and I said, we got it. Told the lady, here, you need to go get a driver's license. Here's what you need to do. Go to DMV, get an ID card, come down here, or go to Custer, if you're more comfortable with that, and get the lady on the ID card. So then I started thinking about it, and that's when I called Jerry and said, we got more of an issue than just a process issue here. When a young person at that level comes out and starts talking about all the problems that they don't have, that's somebody else's fault, it doesn't do that person any good, and it's realistic. These people, how often do they change a title? I could teach them all about changing a title, and they could walk out on their merry way, but then it's just going to be forgotten. And next time they come back, they're not going to understand it. So we have to keep that in mind as we build this process, to say, the reality is these people aren't going to learn. Maybe the younger people will learn how to use the machines. We're working on that, trying to figure out how to get more machines. I think that's an opportunity for us. So what we do is we come in as a commission that we're regulated to do, and we audit your department. And when people say audit, they're thinking, oh, I'm going to go through your tax dollars and all that stuff. No, what we're going to do is we're going to audit the process and the system and what happens in there, so we can give you, this is what we see from a third-party standpoint. What should we do? Because we're all in this together. And the sheriff made a conversation too, because there is changes in what's been happening on this commission since there's been some changes, and people have either fought us on them, or they've said, hey, I want to be a team player, I want to be a part of that change because I see where you're going with it. Us as a commission want to bring everybody together. We don't want to pit people against each other. I mean, I've got, and we don't get into that conversation, but we're going to handle those as we go. But we are here to do a job that we want to help. We want to make your job better too, so all your people are happy and they're loving what they're doing. It sounds like they're going in that direction. That's what we want to help you with. And having a strategic analysis of your department is only going to do good. If you don't want to do it, that's fine, because we're going to do it anyway. I guess that's the reality of it. So, and we'll present you with it, and then you can do what you want to do with it, or we can help you. Maybe, we don't know what that's going to look like. We can all speculate whether is this county system good or not? Who knows? We don't know. We don't know any of the realities of what's happening in there. We're 5 commission, we're a board of directors, and basically the only way we know is the information that we get, and we are challenged with that right now. You look at this and it'll be like, whoa, that's crazy. I mean, if I had to make a decision based upon that, it would be probably a way out of bounds decision. So having a SWAT in your department just makes sense. And I guess basically, if these guys all agree, I think that's the direction we got to take this. So And then if you want to be a team player with us and we want to be with you, then that's the conversation that we should have.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So I obviously am a team player. Customer service is our main goal up there. So yes, I am open to visiting with Jordan. I need to have the resources. I still would like to have the resources to have tutorials that our staff can go out into the lobby to show people what that queuing system does. And then, yes, I would move forward to have them come in, take a look at how the processing is, because that is what the public is asking for. There's a few of these in here that are that. If I just understood it, I would know it. And then the other thing is, the emails that you guys get, if you would forward all of them to me so that they're not anonymous to me, I do, whether good or bad, I do call them if I am asked to call them. And once I explain to them and get the information out to them, most of the time, I would say 97% of the time, they're understanding of what the office is going through. I'm not happy with those wait times either. The main goal for us is to put those in half. I don't know that I can do that with the staff that I have right now, but that's you guys' decision of what you're going to allow for budget. But I think it's up to us as elected officials to, when the public's talking to us about, me in particular, the parking, how come you don't have more staff? You should pay these staff more. Those kind of things, those are, that is a commission decision, and so I'll forward that on to the commissioners. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't, depending on, honestly, depending on how their continued visit with us went. Usually I'm able to visit with them and tell them, hey, we're moving out to the new facility, we've got more parking there than whatever. I usually can snuff that. But I think it's our responsibility as elected officials to let the public know what our roles are. If they're there of like, hey, that's an elected official position, I'm gonna get you in touch with them so that you can address it with them. I don't, rather than, I almost feel as an elected official that when those complaints do come to you and you're already, I shouldn't say because, as an overall, not understanding the system, that you're agreeing with them, and fuel to that fire, if I can explain to them, usually I can get the conversation steered in a different manner, especially for our staff. We see it every day. Every customer that comes up is either, people love to hate us or hate to love us, one of the two, right? Because we've got our hands out with the taxpayers. So I'm very much aware of how concerning it is when you guys are getting emails about our office, but I would like to address them myself. I would like the resources to continue with what I originally requested for the queuing system, and then yes, I am open to that. I do want the input for a new queuing system if this one isn't the one that's there, and then have them evaluate if they see that there's something there that we can change.
You've probably
yeah.
noticed this commission moving forward is pretty well data-driven. And, when I decided, or when I talked about adding some people to help you overhire and all that stuff, and we're still doing that, but looking back on that decision, if I'd have seen this information, I would have never made that decision. So I think it's important that we make decisions based upon reality and not, I think, we talked about, there's a couple things that are hamstringing you on something I would move forward with, and that's moving the titling machine to where you could actually have somebody out there showing people how to use it. If you just handed things out there,
Right.
and I don't want to discount that, but I just know for myself, as I'm a 63-year-old man, and sometimes laying new stuff on me is tough. But I went into McDonald's and they had nobody in McDonald's, there was nobody in there. There was all of a sudden a lady popped out from the back, just, oh, let me show you how to use this thing. Boom, and then it stuck. But if we hand things out, that's going to be more complications. Not saying I'm against it, but without having a plan, without having a goal, without having, the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats that we can actually lay out and go, how do we do this? I think we're just going to have this same conversation over and over. I'm unwilling to do that. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to run your department. If I had to, I would. Well, that's not the case. I mean, I think you are a team player. I just don't think we're communicating well to you what we're trying to say to you. And the fact of the matter is that we're gonna do this SWAT, I think, and we're gonna have you involved, and I think you're gonna
I
probably get a
will be
lot out of it.
involved, yes.
I think
I
you're gonna
will.
get a lot out of it, and I think you're gonna find that some of these other, I mean, and we're willing to, we're gonna have to take some time to get it done, because we got a lot on our
Budget.
our timeframe. But talking about budgets and all that stuff is irrelevant to what needs to be done. What needs to be done is to have a thorough investigation of what can be done. How do we stop that conversation from happening when, I get it, I can smooth over almost any person there is, I get all that, but that's beyond the point at that point, because for every person that complains, I could imagine there's tens of hundreds that don't complain, because they just, that type of person. And those are the people that we really want to suffice. And the ones that do complain have gotten to the point, like this lady I got here, which some of it's not your fault, and I'm gonna give it to you. But she can't get through on the phones. So we can tell her, we can make an excuse for her and say, well, that's because of all this and this and this, but honestly, in her heart of hearts, do you think she really cares? No. What she cares about is getting through to somebody, or having, and which I'll give this to you so you can call her back, and I know you will. I know you'll call her back and you'll get it fixed and everything will be right. But what we're trying to stop is from not getting to that point where these people are beyond that level. I mean, I can't go anywhere in town and not get accosted, because a lot of people don't know who you are. They know who I am because I'm a commissioner, and we're on a TV all the time and stuff. So that's another reason. And accessibility to, they can't get to you on the phone. That's probably why they don't. This lady said she's tried to call several times, the same as the one I had last time. So they can't get.
Because you're older than Annette, and that they just like
My
your
hair?
senior.
I had my
look.
wife respike my hair so people would remember. I think, Annette, that I think that you are a team player. You've always been very nice to me in conversations and whatever, but I think I'm at the point now where I can't do anything to help you unless I understand what I'm doing to help you.
Let Carol speak.
In all my years of business, the only way to resolve it, and she mentioned a goal, we can make goals that's simple, but we need to understand where we're at in the system, and we obviously don't want all these mad people. We don't want all these people waiting in line for long periods of time. And if you look at the graphs here, and you'll see that they're inverse to the actual, I mean, if you come in the morning or you come late at night, you're gonna get great service, it looks like, or better service, I should say, than in the middle of the day. So there's opportunity there already that you can see just by doing this graph.
Right,
So-
and we have, just so that you're aware, so since the August numbers, we know that the middle range of the day is our most busiest, and so we have staff that are working half-hour lunches instead to help cover those hours as well.
But if you look at that graph, you'll see that there's less per hour
Yep.
being done. So that's the point, that's an opportunity for you to go, okay, to be able to look at this. And what we don't do is provide you with more of that information. So I don't know that having more conversations is gonna, go ahead, Jared.
I just have a comment. asked Carol to come forward, and I just want to reaffirm that, Carol, your office will help Annette, and I know Jordan's office will help Annette, so I just want you to speak to the fact, even if it comes down to what she believes is public information and getting that information out to the public, can your office help with that?
Absolutely.
All right.
Okay. And
So Annette, you're ready to move forward with what they're suggesting today to try to make that queuing system work a little bit better, and what's moving forward on the treasures, am I correct?
To be clear, what I'm asking for is for the resources to get those printed materials and the stuff to continue with that. I would like to make sure that Jordan knows that, that when what the deadline is on that queuing system, so that he's able to, I mean, there could be other suggestions out there. At that time, there was only two for us to choose from. IT was involved, and I would love commissioners to be involved with that too, because you're the ones asking for the numbers, and this system does actually,
And I think it goes beyond that.
I'll be up straight. I don't think that getting the cards and having the HR do that before you guys work out what the solution could be, because it might be social media, might be something else, or even a different system that's out front. So I would suggest that they don't put out the cards right away. They figure out with you what is the best system based on what they've seen and what data they use with you to figure that out before you go spend money on printing cards where you go, okay, shouldn't have done that, should have done this Facebook thing or something else, because there's so much more stuff out there that you can use that you don't have to do a card. That was just a suggestion as an idea for something, but I'm not the expert on social media stuff. Stop it, Jordan. But, so I would suggest that you don't do the card right now. What you do is you work with the two of them with you and come back and go, holy cow, with these guys, I just nailed it. I found some different stuff, and with my help and their help, came together with this. I truly believe with the three of you, there's going to be a good solution. I feel that there's a positive as a team than it is trying to have an individual figured out. That's my bottom line.
So Chair.
Yep.
There you go.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Hadcock, because that was what I was going to interject. When I said absolutely that we would help, what I'm referring to is that Walter would help with the workflow analysis. I would have grave concerns about committing Cody to doing anything as far as any educational materials, because they're very time-consuming. And where would that fit in the priority? And in my opinion, since we are still needing to go through and do that work analysis and understanding the queuing system, is it going to be a different system if we're using one, et cetera? I don't want him assigned to a project that might not have any output. So that's my opinion.
I would agree with you, Carolyn. We got Jordan pretty well tied up for a while. So, but if he feels that he can get in there in a good, fast manner or whatever.
So we're speaking for you, go ahead.
Yes, I can speak to it. Once again, I'm willing to make this one of the priorities, because since I've been here, it's been one of the biggest public-facing offices that you guys are hearing a lot of feedback, good and bad. And just to address that as quickly as possible, I believe we can.
So if we can get in there and do a SWOT, and then we can
we as him.
Especially to go in there with a clean table and say, looking at everything. You're not saying that you're not trying to make something work or not work. What we need is the strengths, the weaknesses, the opportunities, and the threats, so we can help, we can deliver that to Annette so she can go, okay.
Sounds like we're going to war.
Yeah, it's basically what you're doing. And I mean, it really is. It's really what you're doing.
Funny.
It's part of a business analysis that's necessary to make any good changes, so.
Thank you, Annette,
With
for
that-
listening to us
yeah.
today as well.
And that, with that
I hope
being
it's
said, if you
positive.
can call this lady and.
Okay, absolutely, I will. And just in closing, if you would, please take my recommendation to send me those. I will, out of your email. There isn't anything that, I am an elected official. I'm the one that can control that. I'm the one that needs to hear that from them, and I do it on a daily basis, so I'm open for that. Okay.
We have one waiting for you in the commission office.
This is right here.
Okay,
Was that it?
Yep, I've called the lady and I told her that Annette would call her.
yep, sure
So-
will. Okay, thank
He's
you.
always called the people I've sent her to, so.
Yeah, I mean, I've never had a problem with that, no.
I've always followed up.
And you'll be
Thank
able
you
to-
for your time
And you'll
today,
make it
Annette.
work for her, because I don't know what her issue is, so she just.
Got the
okay.
memo, we
So
just
don't
didn't get
need
the right jacket.
No
Annette.
action required, or we need to.
I
okay.
said, we got the
Let's-
memo, just not the right jacket. We have to
Option,
match.
guys, here, what's the next thing? Thanks, Annette.
Items from chair and commission members?
Yeah. We don't need any items from Hadcock. Mr. Drew, do you have anything?
No, it's just going to go back to the annexation that Rapid City is doing and our ask for joint jurisdictional awareness. And it ties back to, because there is a statute that says that when a city is annexing, and it doesn't differentiate between voluntary and involuntary, it says that when a city is annexing agricultural land that is unplatted, it requires commission approval. And then there was,
Oh, okay.
and timing is perfect, Megan, henceforth. So anyway, in there, the statute, if you read it, it looks to be quite clear that says that, if the municipality is going to annex within the county and the area is unplatted, it requires joint approval from the Board of Commissioners if it's unplatted ag. And then there was a court case that went through in 2013.
I think it's 2014.
So
Yeah.
you want to explain that?
Yeah, so as Commissioner Durr had mentioned, there is a statute that appears to be on its face very clear that the county commission has some sort of authority over annexations, whether voluntary or involuntary. However, in 2014, there was a case that came out of the South Dakota Supreme Court which basically said that that statute doesn't say what you all think it says. And they did what is basically a bunch of statutory construction, finding that that statute was not clear, to say that that statute only applies to involuntary annexations. So in the case of a voluntary annexation, that statute would not be applicable. Thus far, the legislature has not changed that statute in any meaningful way that changes that determination of that case. So that's kind of where we're at as far as the case law on whether the Board of Commissioners has any authority to approve annexations, voluntary versus involuntary. Now, obviously, if there was changes at the legislative level, then we would be talking about something completely different.
So, sorry.
No, it's
So
okay.
I remember there was a donut hole out by South Valley, and it's because the city wanted to annex it in, or maybe it was because we wanted it to be annexed in. I couldn't remember. Do you remember that case? And then the commissioner said, no, we're not gonna let you annex it in. So, that donut hole is still there.
Yeah, and I don't remember that, but that might have been prior to 2014, because I think prior to 2014, everybody was under the understanding that those annexations needed to be approved by county commissioners. However, since that case in 2014, it's been fairly well established, I think at least between Pennington County and Rapid City, that that would only apply for involuntary annexations. I know that Jay had spoken to Carla Cushman back in 2017 about that case and about how they were going to move forward. And then, as one does, everybody kind of forgot about it. And then this question came up again with regard to Hermosa, and I researched it pretty extensively then and found this answer and then remembered it when it came up. So.
Yeah.
That guy was involuntary anyway.
What?
That guy was involuntary. He
Which
didn't
one?
want to annex.
Yeah, and the commissioners, that's why I said that it was east of, or west of South Valley in that area, which is still a donut hole, but the city wanted to annex it in, and we said no.
So my comment related to this, we've written that letter and talking about the two types of agreements that we could have, and in the letter, Jordan added, one or the other. And could you explain the difference in those agreements jurisdictionally?
Yeah, so there's different ways that you can try to go about it. I had previously researched this issue when Hermosa had reached out to us back in, I think it was 2022, a couple years ago. They had wanted to do essentially an extraterritorial agreement in order to do some joint planning and zoning within their extraterritorial jurisdiction. And I have a memorandum on that I can share with the board. Obviously, that would be attorney-client privilege. That memo hasn't been shared widely beyond the board. But I did look at it this morning, and I do believe, for the most part, the law is all still good. I do have some concerns about just doing an extraterritorial jurisdictional agreement, because I'm not exactly for sure whether it would be binding by law. There's some statutes that give me concern that make me think that it might not be binding, but you can certainly do a joint jurisdictional area.
So Megan, what I would look at is if they have the capacity or the means to be able to produce water and sewer to that area and what that means, and if that should be annexed in based on that, and the effects that it might have on other entities in that surrounding jurisdiction, and how that how you could just, voluntarily, with those effects,
Yeah.
be able to annex in, because maybe there's conditions or different areas that says that if you can't produce the water, if you can't produce the sewer, if you know what I mean, these kind of things, or you're gonna be affecting the school systems by millions of dollars, whatever, that, that jurisdiction change or that voluntary might not be able to happen, or there might be a rule or suggestion in there that says, basically, you're leaving people high and dry in a sense, or causing conditions in other areas, like the surrounding areas, about what your voluntary annexation is doing.
Sure. Yeah, and I mean, you always kind of come up, especially with these types of situations, you come up between the politics and the law, right?
Right.
Because there's obviously a lot of politics that are concerned when you're talking about leaving areas that may not have infrastructure that's necessary in order to sustain the number of houses that are out there, and that kind of want and desire for a city to take over some of that infrastructure because it feels like it's more appropriate for a city to take that over as opposed to a county, which most of us would normally assume would be rural, right?
Or the infrastructure and how it's gonna affect the surrounding area by what they're annexing in. And you already know from drainage issues in other areas for what the city's doing in Rapid Valley. I mean, do you want a lawsuit because you don't want to have a joint jurisdiction in the future because of how you're affecting your annexations? That's more what I'm worried about, because I don't mind the city annexing, I don't mind them doing anything, I don't mind anybody doing anything if it's done right. But if it starts affecting the county and we have to have lawsuits over their effects of what they're doing surrounding us in the county with their drainage in other areas, there needs to be some real discussion about that. And then real discussion before they annex this in, because we already are having some issues with some of that annexation up north that has affected us in some pretty substantial ways.
Yeah, and definitely, starting with the letter is absolutely the way to go, at least to open up lines of communication. With regard to the exact how of how we do it, I would like to have more discussions, likely in private, to give you all legal advice as opposed to giving you my legal advice in an open.
You're good.
So anyway,
Just the law, some of the
right.
laws is what we were
So
looking
we'll
for.
start with the letter, and then the reason I brought it up again to talk about it is that I would like to see that statute that everybody believes anyway prior to this case, that the county would have input. I would like to see that written so it's explicitly goes back to what I believe the intent of that statute is, irrespective of what the judges thought the intent of the legislature was. So if we were to rewrite that statute and make it clear that the county does have teeth in this, I would like to run that either through our association, I know they're meeting today on the resolutions, or we just take it direct to one of our local legislators.
Yeah, and certainly I've definitely helped write legislation in the past for the board, so if you all would like me to do that, I can assist with that. And I'm familiar with the case law, and so I can rewrite
All
it
right.
in such a way.
That's my ask.
Okay, I would agree. Meifenbach?
Okay.
Good.
That works.
Yeah, I can start working on
Thank
that.
you.
for that?
No, we don't need a motion.
No, it's just direction to me, and I'll start working on it.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Megan.
Anything else for me, guys?
Oh, I don't know how much time do you have?
Anything from commission or office? Manager,
Anything from, no.
commission
nothing from me.
manager, office manager, managing your office? Anything you need from us?
We need to,
I'm pretty sure I've got the direction I needed on all the different do-outs, so.
Okay. I don't
So
think we need to
I'm
go
going to
through
make a
committees.
motion to go into executive session for personnel, and I'm not sure we have any contractual or pending litigation. I'll add that in there as well. It might come up in a conversation.
Second.
motion a second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We are in executive session.
Doesn't matter what chair.
Okay, we're ready to roll, so.
We are.
I make a motion to come out of executive session.
Second.
A motion by Durr, second by Hadcock, come on executive session. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Motion to adjourn.
carries. We have a motion from Durr and a second by Hadcock to adjourn. Motion carries.
All in favor, say aye. We said aye.